from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still contested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
Para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still contested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still contested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still contested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still contested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still contested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still contested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire. But to this merge my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire. But to this merge my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire. But to this merge my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire. But to this merge my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire. But to this merge my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire. But to this merge my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire. But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal faith, even in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal faith, even in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal faith, even in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal faith, even in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal faith, even in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal faith, even in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal faith, even in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, living in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community. Still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, living in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community. Still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, living in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community. Still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, living in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community. Still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, living in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community. Still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, living in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community. Still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, living in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still contested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith in every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still contested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith in every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still contested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith in every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still contested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith in every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still contested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith in every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still contested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith in every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still contested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith in every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith in every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith in every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith in every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith in every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
merge my want to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my want to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my want to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my want to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my want to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my want to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my want to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living in personal family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire. But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire. But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire. But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire. But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire. But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire. But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire. But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even those of my family.
from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the system here.
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Any confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the system here.
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Any confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the system here.
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga
natin?
yung aming
Hello, hello. Okay na tayo? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Please rise for... Good morning, everyone. Please rise for a short prayer and national anthem.
Let us all bow our heads and feel the presence of our Lord. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Father in heaven, on this day we would like to thank you for loving us unconditionally. We lift up to you, Lord, our worries, burdens, and feeling of uncertainties. May your guiding spirit will continue to protect our municipal officials, employees, and their families so that they can serve their constituents according to your will. May God's blessings will continue to pour on us and help us to be concerned about the welfare of everyone. May those whom you have blessed with greater material and spiritual riches will continue your call to share with one another. Inspire us in everything we do and give us your gift of love so that in loving our brothers and sisters, we can show our love for you. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Madam Secretary, please do the roll call.
Okay, good morning, everyone. We are now on our 6th regular session. The honorable members of the Sangguniang Bayan of Malay, Honorable Natalie Kawaling Paderes, SB Member Jupiter L. Reggie Gallinero, SB Member Frolibar S. Bautista, SB Member Lloyd B. Maming, SB Member Dalidigway Sumdad, SB Member Maylin Aguirre Graf, SB Member Danilo G. De Los Santos, SB Member Dantisi Pagsugiron, SB Member Ralph A. Tolosa, SB Member Christine Hope D. Pagsugiron. Madam Chairman, 8 are present and 2 are absent.
Okay, so we have a quorum for today's sex regular session.
Madam Chairman, we are privileged this morning to have with us our invited guest. First is we have Mr. Edsel Tupas from STI, the president of STI. Mr. Randall Anselmo Ligaspi, the president of St. Gabriel College. We have Mr. Alan Angelo Kimpo, the president of NVC. Dr. Arnolfo Distor Jr., the president of Garcia College of Technology. Dr. Emily Arangote, campus director of ASU Ibahay. And Mr. Ernesto Banjula, PTCA Federation president. May iwa ako na acknowledge, sir.
Si Father. Si Father.
From the Aklan College. Thank you for coming.
Si Attorney Pacanote.
Also with us is Father Gilberto Villasis, from a representative from Aklan Catholic College.
Si Attorney Padaute. Attorney.
And Attorney Joseph Noel Estrada from APSA. Association.
Okay. Let's proceed to the adoption of the minutes of the previous session. Honorable Pagsugiran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, and good morning to all of us here, to our invited guests, our media, and of course to the people of Malay. Madam Chair, I move to dispense the reading of the previous minutes.
So the minutes is dispensed. Please review the previous minutes for any corrections. Yes, Honorable Pagsugiron.
Madam Chair, I have corrections on page 8, line 503. Under the local government code, the penalty that can be applied, I'd like to add after B, no, can be imposed or applied or applied to every violations up to 2005 maximum, Madam Chairs. And to be read that Government Code, the penalty that can be applied or imposed to every violations up to 2005. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, since the previous minutes as properly reviewed, so I move for its adoption and approval with the inclusions of proposed corrections.
Okay. The minutes of the previous session is hereby adopted with correction on page 8, line 503. We'll proceed to privilege hour. Any members? Privilege hour. Yes, Honorable Bautista.
Madam Chair, to our colleague, no, and our guest this morning, our televiewers in certain Malay, Milan, and Boracay. I would like to bring the issue what happened during the cockfighting um, activity in Nasog. It's a very big surprise for us, and especially the municipal officials, that a certain barangay were given a special permit for cockfighting, and what happened was it was raided by the PNP. I don't know what mm, detachments or stations were assigned to raid the cockpit or the arena in Asog. So my concern is, Madam Chair, is when the office of the mayor issued that special permit, is the PNP given a copy of that permit? And why is it that if they were given a copy of that permit, why there is a raid on that period? So meaning the PNP did not meaning respect in spite of that permit issuance. It create a big problem, especially on the people of the certain barangay. Kasi sa naton ang Naasog is a very parang a silent barangay na masangag, very peaceful, and it happens na imo natabo, no. So haman makaron no natabo sa haron nga barangay, ag ano no coordination between the office of the mayor and the PNP with regards to that activity. Nagtao it problema sa atong nga pamumuyo. As mentioned earlier, nga matawhay nga lugar, ag remote barangay, sa sera man naton nga halos napabayaan nga nga barangay, ay gitawa ba at problema. So with that, Madam Chair, I would like to investigate this matter. Kung ano ro, I mean, I'm talking of the coordination between the LGU and the PNP assigned in the quality. Wala bang coordination o ano ba, nagkanya-kanya, or who issued or signed the permit? If other person assigned the permit, so is there authority given to a certain person to sign in behalf of the acting mayor?
Okay.
So, haro lang, Madam Chair, dahil nabutang sa ang agang itong pamuhuyo eh. Bukod masadya nga sa kabanwa naton nga matawhay ay may mga problema katabo sa basi sa kakuwangan man sa kaopisina sa aton nga LGU. Haro lang ako, Madam Chair.
So it will be referred to a certain committee, Honorable Bautista, or you?
Yeah, I would like to refer this committee on good government, Madam Chair, to check, to verify if there's existing permits. Kung may man nagita matuod nga permits, kung mga permits specified on those date, ay imo man baron nga may date nga gin-raid, or maybe mas masahiran nato nga sino gin-shot permit, sino in charge, aman imo ron natabo ito sa barangay na Asog, Madam Chair.
Okay, so it will be referred to committee. Yes, Honorable Tolosa.
Thank you, Madam Sir. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the visitors and the media, and also the people of Malay. Good morning once again. regarding that cockfighting, no, issued by the issue of the office of the mayor, no, uh, that permit issued by the office of the mayor is through copy furnish ang atin na PNP. But the problem is the implement of the raid during that cockfighting before Fiesta of Barangay Naasog is from the mobile of Aklan. No? Wala naman lang copy furnish doon eh. Yung PNP natin sa Malay, dito sa Station 5, mayroon silang copy. Pero yung nag-grade is from the provincial mobile group based on the Katiklan in my barangay. Now, paano malaman na yung barangay natin na may permit o wala? Kasi grade nga eh, wala silang coordination eh. Di ba? Parang may kanya-kanyang apprehension. Siguro din natin malaman kung ano yung based on the trabaho lang or whatsoever, no? Kasi yan ang problema ng ibang barangay kasi lalo na malayo sila doon sa cockfighting area. Kung mayroon naman talagang nilabag kasi violation naman talaga pag walang permits, walang pahintulot doon sa license in cockfighting. In gallery sa Katiklan, no. Dapat kasi may coordination o may endorsement from the certified na sila yung area lang magkaroon ng cockfighting doon sa Katiklan. But sa ato niya, pinapractice natin during may bago magpiesta ang ating barangay is considerar, no, na magkaroon ng cockfighting o because of the side natin mga barangay maliliit ng budget for fundraising lang para sa piyesta nila. Ngayon kaya na-read yung isang barangay natin dito sa Katigdan sa Malay sa Naasog dahil wala namang coordination yun kasi yung nag-apprehend from the provincial level na atin PNP hindi naman alam ng PNP Malay.
So with that statement, Madam Chair. A copy of the special permit was given to the chief of police.
Malay.
So kung agasera man lang daron kung ano ro proseso or hindi ba talaga allowed ang mga karon nga mga special permits for cockfighting, so dapat inform na ng office ni mayor hindi pwede ra ibalik na dahil basi may mag-grade. Di ba? Sera na doon tanan nun kasi may protocol man na. Kung may other stations na mag-grade, I don't think na di sila mag-coordinate sa chief police or else. Kapaya si ang ating mayor nga na-issue permit. So dapat siguro, handa ni kung taaman nga investigahan, no? May permit ba karoon nga buwang o wa. Ay dapat sa puro man nga respeto man sa acting mayor. Ay kung ba may na-discuss sa ito, sa lugar nga ito pag-grade ito, sino man managot ito, may permit gali raron nga buwang. Dahil di masanda magbuwang ito what permit eh. Copy furnish ang aton nga chief of police. So dapat kung bawal ron, nag-inform ko sa mayor, hindi pwede rin mayor dahil bawal basi kung there will be some units nga mag-trade ag di oksayo dahil apaya ikaw na karon. So mo dapat investigahan na Madam Chair, mabutang sa ang aga ato pamuyo kung makaroon nga sistema.
Okay.
Kung coordination man lang ro problema, ay putang sa ang aga atong pamuyo na karon.
Okay. So it will be referred to your committee.
Yes, tama yan, Mrs. Presiding, dahil some of our punong barangay during the Liga meeting, that's one of the problema sa mga punong barangay, no. Na gusto naman na bago magpiesta, magkaroon naman sila ng fundraising para sa piesta nila. Ito nga nangyari, ngayon medyo takot sila, no? Kasi yun na, nagkahulihan nga sa isang barangay natin. Napakalayo naman, no? Kaso lang, yung coordination lang kasi wala eh. Dapat yung, bago sila mag-issue ng na tama yung sinabi mo, Honorable Bautista, na dapat may coordination bago mag-issue, no? Kung ano talaga yung para maganda doon sa may ibang barangay. Kasi kawawa naman yung ibang barangay na maliit lang yung income nila. Is gusto naman nila nga kahit pangbayad lang na naman sa sound system nila sa piyesta, eh wala, di ba?
Tama ron. Allowed naman sa mag-fundraising eh. Diba? As long as yung nga, kung illegal si cockfighting, sabi mo nga ni, sa police nga, bisa may special permit ba, bawal ron. Diba? Dapat ay mga nambag, dapat ipabalik ko taro kan, or you can make comments, manay mo yun, di pwede pa yun ron, dahil nga ni, bawal ron, ang kasi kung i-radio na ibang units. So, imo lang na, Madam Chair, ang gusto ko nga, dapat ay aton nga kung kuha ng istoryahan, patawag sa police, ipatawag ang office ni Mayor, upos ang barangay chairman nato nito, siyempre, naging nervyos man ng mga tao ito, Ronel, sadya, sabi na nagkalipay ito, gulpi, may permit, tapos namin imong ibig-bag, tapos yun, ridon ka mo. Ay, but masadya ron nga sistema at pang-gobyerno niya sa aton lugar, nga kung makaroon na permit katabo, yan.
Okay, so this will be referred to your committee, Honorable Tolosa.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable Pagsugiron.
In the addition, Madam Chair, no, for the records that it is a tradition, no, that every barangay celebrate barangay religious fiesta. The LGU allowed, no, every barangays as maybe ang source one way of sourcing fund, no, sa barangay gani tourist funds para sa mga barangay activities, no, during the fiesta celebration, Madam Chair, no. To me, I agree with Honorable Bautista by referring this matter to a certain or to the Committee on Good Government to further investigate. Dahil it was mentioned nga it's not the PNP who assigned here in the municipality of Malay who conduct apprehensions, no. Ang problema gani dahil nabatean ko, Madam Chair, no, nga may nadakop, may na-apprehend at the same time ay siyempre piyansa man para makagawa dahil sa makita kung ano ang mga penalties, no, pag-abot sa mga illegal gamblings, no, dahil cockfighting considered as a gambling kung mga appropriate or pertinent permits, no, Madam Chair, no. With that, Madam Chair, so since the chairman on the Committee on Good Government accept the referral, so I think we need to schedule, no, ASAP the committee hearing and invite those responsible agency, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Graf. Okay. So it was already referred to Honorable Tolosa. Okay, so another privilege.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to the viewers, our colleagues in this August body, the guests, our ASB office team, no, headed by Ms. Connie Alcantara. Good morning to everyone. I'd like to raise the issue regarding the ongoing diggings of Boracay Island Water Company, and I think it's parang never-ending diggings. Everywhere you go around Boracay, there's diggings. In fact, they would put holes on the road when it's still usable, no? When they are mga ilang meters away, pabagasanda. So making it more difficult for all the riding public and even the drivers of our vehicles. Sa undag mga Madam Chair, nga medyo sobrahon atong sitwasyon, madugangan pa. And I think it's time to call them in this for an investigation on what's going on now and what are the plans and when is the deadline. At the moment, abe, sigit anabe, wat at katapusan, so medyo sa inconvenience na naton sa atong kalye, medyo sobra-sobra ron. So I think we have to call them para i-layout nanda sa ato ng plano, when is the deadline, ano mga timetable nanda, para kita mismo we can also inform our constituents sa daan nga situation. So I'd like to propose to this body to call them with the DPWH, the TSA, and the two water utilities, because they're the ones conducting all these diggings along our main road. Wa kita update, diba? So we'd like to call them for an update. And the other thing is the forever flooding in front of sa may Tods Barangay area. If you notice, the flooding there, if it's raining, there's flood. If there's no rain, there is still flood. But the thing is, the smell of that water there is unbearable. Sa ato, misan gaagi lang kita pag talsikan imong si kuya, you know, you act like that because it's really smelly. So that area there is the lowest in that part of Bulabog Road, no? And then hugtutan na nagagawa, Madam Chair, sa gilid boundary Laguna de Boracay, ag Tirol property nganan. But there is still an outfall there. Naging build it LGU Malay dati pa, I think for the flooding it area ran. And during rainy season or sometimes if there's flood, may gagawa gyapon dyan and it's dirty. It's really baho. But according to BIWC and yesterday even the EMB, I had a meeting with them. It's not included in the project aton nga TSA. So meaning wa pataran programa, and dahil tatlo ang andang again identify nga obrahon But what about that area? Dahil if you and I also asked them if they're conducting a water testing in that outfall, hambang nanda uwa nga ni. So meaning kung halimbawa nga surprise visit atong to test the water there, gagawa dyan sa daan ng outfall, siguradong pagsak kita, Madam Chair, sa kabaho, gagawa o dyan, no? Kita man naton tanan, I'm sure all of you have been to that area, kulay black ang aton nga tubig dyan. Forever and every day. So, daan pa, Madam Chair, that's also one reason. We have to include, I think, if we have to call the companies, no, gidigit kalye, aton nga MHO, I think they have to, I think they've called them also. They've been there one time or a couple of times. Pero as to the solution to that problem, medyo wa pa Although the TSA said they were gonna put parang catch basin, temporary, but that was last year. They said they were gonna do it in January, and now it's February. Wa gapot aksyon. So, Madam Chair, for our constituents nga daan sa area nag-aagi adlaw-adlaw, medyo tawaan na to a little bit attention. I mean, we have to act on that. I mean, not act, but at least give little attention to that problem nga medyo perennial yut dahil buhay yut aran. I don't see anybody raising or lifting a finger to do something about it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I remember, Honorable Graf, the BIWC, Boracay 2B, DPWH, Madam Connie, no, nag-present sa the last time regarding their development plan. Gimpasa na daya, ma'am. Yes, ibabaw. May timetables ang nakatungging present. Regarding sa dayang sa dagan sa may Tods, bukod at kibahan do'y gilbatasan na naging present, more on ito sanda sa highway sa front kita sana nag-present katon kato sa Bulabog. Yes, Honorable Pagsugiron.
I'd like to ask Honorable Graf to bear the situation for the meantime. Dahil ang kaso Abit Boracay, Madam Chair, sa observation ko daw, pareho it's province of Capiz, nga never-ending excavation ag rehabilitation sa tandang roads, no? De bala? Kadaagto mo sa Iloilo, agi ka sa Rojas, puro samad ang kalsada, gina-repair, no? So, mara na ang sitwasyon at Boracay. So, I think Boracay Island is under the rehabilitation. And if I remember it right, Madam Chair, no, during the presentations of the project of BWC and Boracay Toby, they mentioned that the excavation, because we questioned that them before, that they told us that the excavation will end up to year 2021, no? So kung medyo madaliin, bakit by year 2020 tapos na, no? So actually, it's ang ginagawa naman ng BWC or other utility provider in Boracay is for, I think it's for the good naman of the island, because once the project is completed, siguro that's the time na that everybody feel comfortable, no, ag relax siguro sa Boracay. But for the meantime, kaya nga lang, yan lang talagang problema dahil it was mentioned by Honorable Graf nga may never-ending mga excavation sa kalsada. So dapat pag nagplano abisanda, ay dapat ay once lang, no? One-time plan. Hindi nga ay andang projections dapat ay ahead by 50 years or 30 years. Hindi nga band-aid solution nga okay, butangan naton itayang size of pipes, and then after few years another excavation and to replace the pipe. So I think that is a wrong plan, Madam Chair, no? So anyway, that is only my observation nga dapat aton mga provide it utility services in Boracay, dapat ay planuhan nanda nga hindi man nga pamanuman matod ang project, because I agree with Honorable Graf nga gaagi man ako sa area nga ran nga bisan may oran ag uwa, hay the water is still there, ag may problema ang anang kuno, no? So that affects our environment as well as our tourism industry, Madam Chair. So thank you.
Okay. I would like to recognize Honorable Sumdad. Yes, Honorable Graf.
I agree with the Honorable Dante no, nga ang aton nga road network sa Boracay, ang construction na naay haba ang anang timetable nanda para matapos tanan. But I'm talking about what we can do now. Meanwhile ginaobra nandaran, we cannot, hindi man siguro ang akon ba, hindi man siguro pwede nga tiison naton samantala nakikita naton nga pwede man obrahat temporary ano nga tawag diya maka comfort man baga atong mga tawo, hindi lagtiison ang dinag-on para hugaton nga matapos ang proyekto. One example is the road from sa Dinja sa may Idizalde all the way to di ba? Kita nyo man dyan nga lubak ang kalye ay sobra pa nga puro punggod. I mean like the Batsi there ay what katapusan, pero kung kita nimo daan man lang sa kilid, abo-abo nga bagas. Nga pwede itambak, ag medyo lang baga, just for the sake of medyo bukon baga kita TENGA, tanawon it mga turista na ton. Nga daan nung gid kung baga kaiping ikaw sa pagkaon, wani mo ginagamita. Samantalang you can, if they really are serious in what they're doing, tawan man ang kita sang kiri nga comfort. Dahil buhay yung dan maabot yung man ang tag-summer, ang mga traffic, kita mo kada kita agi dyan, kung gasakay ka sa tricycle, bukoy mo ulo. Dahil nga pero actually, pwede na ton, I don't know, if they can do something temporary, maisen ang aton nga pangabudlay, no? Mga tao na ton, bukod lang abi turista, kundi mismo aton mga tinawo. I mean, those are the things nga medyo ngayon ba na to sa anda, nga itao mananda, imaw mo lang ako na nga point, Madam Chair, not necessarily medyo updating nga ni kung ano ang plano, imo malang update.
Okay,
so diin kita. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we'll ask for our Secretary to update with the Madam Boracay Island Water Company regarding the issue of Honorable Graf. So no more privilege? Included would be the DPWH. Okay. Yes, Honorable Maming. Yes. Okay.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Madam Chair, sa aton nga bisita. Ang akon lang, Madam Chair, ang ginapollow up ko lang ang regarding sa sulat balay Barangay Dumlog sa parte sa landfill bila naton kag sa river nga kung pwede na kita nga sa SB kung pwede kita makasulat mala sa region sa dinar nga may support man kita bala sa kung nakagsulat ng office sa acting mayor nga nakasulat ma-support bala kita sa SB nga kung pwede nga mag-request kita nga magtan-aw bala dyan ang mga technical group kung pwede kung anong ang sitwasyon ng bala aton nga landfill kay aton river, Madam Chair. Halang kung okay lang sa committee nga makita lang mga SB nga makasulat para may igam bala kita kuan nga may action man kita sa andang ging kuan sulat sa aton nga address sa aton sa SB, Madam Chair.
Okay. Sige.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, so we have a follow-up
Kag
later.
dugang na kon Madam Chair ang regarding bla nga medyo ga kuan bla galupad nga issue ron nga nga gabayad kita sa ICOS 11 million a month ay ikuan naton kung pwede nga ipatawag naton ang treasurer kung din balaga kung ano bala kung paano kita nga kuan sa haran nga sitwasyon, Madam Chair. Hara lang.
Okay, sige. So, no more question now. Privilege Honorable Galinero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to everybody, to my colleagues, our guests, and friends from the media. Madam Chair, I would like to pass a resolution, Madam Chair. This is to commend and congratulate the Masboy of Municipality of Malay for winning in the 47th Iloilo Parao Regatta on all categories, Madam Chair. So, we, the people of Malay, the local government, and the Masboy, participated on the Parao Regatta, 47th Iloilo Parao Regatta in Iloilo City. And our groups dominated most of the events, Madam Chair. In Category C, Class A Parao, Madam Chair, first was the Parao name is Kim Aaron, owned by Arnie Aguirre. And second, Ashley, owned by Mr. Chudi Biliherdo. Fourth place, Happy Hour, owned by Ronel Kahilig. Fifth place, Good Shot Baby, owned by Rona Kahilig. 11th place, Kuda, by Mr. Alex Ascanio. In Category B, Class B Parao, Madam Chair, first place was Jofman V3-2, owned by Nicanor Gad. Second, Discovery, owned by Jocelyn Prado. Fourth place, Wave Song, owned by Pacifico de los Santos. 10th place, Catty Shark, owned by Jerlyn Villanueva. In Category A, Class C Parao, third place, Kokoy Apo, owned by Ariel Gad. And 14th place, Avi Divine Bunso, owned by Mr. Efren Aguirre. So in that juncture, Madam Chair, I would like to pass a resolution commending and congratulating our Masboy here in the municipality of Malay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, the resolution commending and our congratulations to the Masboy regarding for winning the Parao Regatta 2018 in all 2019, sorry, in all categories. Madam Secretary. Okay. So, we'll proceed to our question hour.
Madam Chairman, this morning we have invited the officers of the Association of Private Schools and Colleges in Aklan, together with our LGU Technical Working Group and the PTCA Federation President of the Municipality of Malay for interaction with regard to the plan of LGU Malay for the establishment of Asia Campus, Malay Extension.
Madam Chair, I move to suspend the roll in order to entertain our invited guest.
Okay, so the rules is suspended. We will interact with our guest regarding this is regarding the establishment of the ASU campus in Municipality of Malay.
Man, in relation to the letter of the Association of Private Schools and Colleges in Aklan, regarding their appeal for the municipality to reconsider our decision to establish the ASU campus here.
Okay, sige. So we also have here from our technical working group, Ma'am Alma Beliherdo, and who's with you, Ma'am? Ma'am Dinky and Sir Kaloy. So okay.
Marlo.
Sir Marlo. Okay. So from the
Association.
ano nga meron, te?
From the Association of
From-
Private Schools and Colleges in Aklan.
Okay, so we can proceed with our question hour, ma'am, sir. So sino po ang yes, Honorable Bautista.
Thank you. Before we proceed to the questions with our,
Okay.
I would like to state some statements regarding this issue, Madam Chair. Actually, this was along overdue, no? Long overdue plan of the Malay since 2001 to establish technical school or colleges in our locality. Since during the time when I was the vice mayor, and when we sit down in 2001, I was the one really pushed through. And in order to have the sense based on the statistics before, the data issued to us by especially the Malay and high school, only 40% of our graduates in high school goes to colleges. And we know that since most of the families, the parents are not afford to bring their children in colleges, especially before wala pang ibahay, kalibo pa no. So now this is the time that in 2018, last year, that we were able now to come up with the plan in order to implement this program since 2001, and it takes about 17 years now in order to implement this. So we're surprised the association of colleges and universities in Kalibo as the comments appeal in order not to implement this project, which is this project that can help our children, especially the poor ones, in order to have the quality education, especially and to save expenses, the financial difficulties of our parents, in order to bring their children in school, especially in colleges and universities. So this is the reason of inviting the associations, and at the same time we invited also some the PTSA presidents, since they represent also to our students, the parents, and I'm sure that many Malayanos are very happy if this project or to operate or to open up a school, especially in colleges in our locality, will pursue. So that's only, Madam Chair, my statements before we can ask some questions to the invited guest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Bautista. So to our invited guests, good morning, everyone. Okay, so who will present regarding your position?
Good morning, Madam Chair, and to the honorable members of the Sangguniang Bayan. I am Attorney Joseph Noel Estrada. I'm representing the Association of Private Schools in Aklan. And good morning also to our colleagues and the members of the Technical Working Group. Your Honor, would like to reiterate our appeal on the proposed measure in the establishment of the Aklan State University campus in Malay. Primarily because the establishment of such educational institution would substantially and adversely affect the sustainability of the existing private schools in Aklan. And well, this would be an added adverse effect of the transition period of the K-12 program. As it is now, there's a steady decline in the enrollment, and this also imperils the existence of these private schools. But while we acknowledge the authority and power of the local government to cater to the needs of its constituents, particularly in providing education, access to education, we believe that this can be achieved in other means, in other ways, not necessarily putting up another campus, which would only duplicate the courses being offered by the existing educational institutions. And we note that this project has been proposed since 2001, but Your Honor, in 2017, there's a law passed, the Republic Act 10931, and this actually operationalizes the complementarity between the state universities and existing private higher education institutions. Under this law, in order to avoid the costly use of government funds in putting up more schools, this law provides free tuition to students in the existing state universities and colleges, but also provides tuition subsidy to students who cannot be accommodated in state universities but may enroll in qualified and quality private higher education institutions through the tertiary education subsidy. So this is currently being implemented now. This will be in full implementation this coming school year, although partially it has already been implemented in the current school year, 2018-2019. So we appeal and we would like to appeal to the local government if this can be reconsidered, considering the policy landscape now in education, and we are actually open in collaboration to offer the TES for students who cannot be accommodated in the existing state universities and existing campuses of ASU, for them to avail of the tertiary education subsidy through the courses being offered by the schools under APSCA. This would be at no cost to the local government because it's already been allocated by Congress. Congress approved 46 billion, if I'm not mistaken, for the entire program, and 16 billion is reserved for the recipients of the tertiary education subsidy. And this is reserved to the poor, the poorest of the poor. Yung pong nasa lower income bracket, sila po yung unang makikinabang. And CHED has already released the list of schools that can implement this program and the number of slots that may be availed of by the poor students who cannot be accommodated in the existing state universities and colleges. And of course, by doing this, it will also help the sustainability of these private schools, which are fully tuition funded. We are not funded by the government, but nevertheless, they also provide the public service of delivering education. And eventually, this will also help the families of the teachers and staff who stand to be displaced if some of their schools will be closed because of the opening of additional campus of ASU. So, with this, Your Honor, we hope that this can be reconsidered and taken, and our situation may also be taken into consideration in the light of the passage of RA 10931 in 2017. So thank you very much, and again, good morning to everyone.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, from our technical working group, can we hear from Ma'am Alma?
Good morning, Madam Chair, and to our guest from the Association of Private Schools in the province of Aklan. And before I start, I'd like also to acknowledge the presence of ESU Ibahay Campus Director, Ma'am Emily, Dr. Emily Arangote, and we have also here the Registrar, Mr. Hannibal Prado, who are assisting our local government in our pursuit to establish this institution in our locality. As have presented by the Honorable Bautista, that this is an long overdue dream of the local government unit of Malay for the people of Malay. Under Section 444, Paragraph 5 of the Local Government Code of 1991, this gives or mandates the municipality, subject to the availability of funds and to existing laws, rules, and regulations, establish and provide for the operation of vocational and technical schools and similar post-secondary institutions, and with approval of the Department of Education, Culture, and Sports, and fix, collect reasonable fees and other school charges on said institutions, subject to existing laws on tuition fees. So this is our, I think, our basis in establishing this dream school. Actually, para sa kasayrunan itanan, no, as presented po ng ating, with due respect po sa ating presenter kanina, yes, we have a lot of schools, no, in the province of Aklan, but considering the length of travel or the distance of Kalibo from Malay, our number of poor students still exists, no, na hindi makapag-aral because of the budget that would require, no, in the for the studies in Kalibo. So malaking gastusin para sa parents, yung allowances and boarding houses that will entail, no, in schooling sa Kalibo. And this affects our development in Malay, especially in tourism industry. And yung influx ng workers in Malay, this also caused, no, the influx of workers because karamihan ng ating mga labor force cannot compete with the graduates, no, or those who are coming from other municipalities. So during our planning workshop with different interagencies in during the NEDA, no, National Economic Development Authority, they recommended for us, especially to Aklan State University, to solve the problems of influx of migrants here, no, to work in Malay due to lack of competent and skilled workers coming from this locality. So they recommended to the Aklan State University officer, the president himself, to assist Malay in establishing this institution. So to address this, the acting municipal mayor organized a technical working group to spearhead this activity. And so we already drafted a MOA with the Aklan State University, specifically sa aton nga Aklan Ibahay campus, no, kasi ang direction is for an extension here in Malay. So right now we are on the stage of preparing our financial requirement and personnel requirement of the school, and we are yet to decide, no, kung in what direction we are after the benchmarking, and we will be meeting tomorrow about the outcome of the benchmarking, kasi hindi lang tayo nag-benchmark sa state universities but also on colleges, no, like Pasig City College and Altabas Vocational School. So we are on the stage of deciding on what actually yung courses meron na tayo, and as mentioned, we are being supervised by the Aklan State University Ibahay campus, and so we have here our director, no, sa Ibahay campus, Dr. Emily Arangote. Ma'am, baka meron kayong masasabi dito. And also, I have here my members, technical working group, our HRMO, Ms. Dinky Maagma, and our municipal budget officer. So they can also explain more on this endeavor. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So can we hear from Dr. Emily Arangote from Bahay Campus, ASU?
Good morning, Madam Chair and the members of the SB of Malay, together with the private schools, officials, and to all of us here, pleasant good morning. It's our job to answer the letter addressed by the LGU Malay during some time, 2 months ago, regarding the establishment of Malay Campus. So the time that the letter was sent, I was called by the president, and it started really as what Ma'am Alma told the body, that it started with a word from no other than Director Roan Bacal, NEDA Director Region 6, when you have your medium-term development plan of Boracay, that she mentioned that there's a need for LGU Malay to open the ASU Malay campus because of the different needs that and issues arising from the number of students that cannot cope up to enroll either in ASU Ibahay or other private schools. So that time, we have a meeting with the key officials of ASU, and then there was this meeting called by LGU Malay inviting us in the training center, and that was our first meeting. So in that, the president, how would I term it? Informed the whole group regarding the establishment of schools, either a campus wherein there's a need for you to have a number of hectares as a per requirement. Second, it can be a community college wherein you alone as an LGU Malay will be the one to operate the school, financial and everything, or an extension class of ASU Ibahay. Since Ibahay campus, wherein I am the director, Ibahay campus is the granting unit of all the HRM courses of the entire university, being the having the level 4 accredited programs. So we are the in charge of the academic programs. So the president called me and gave me the legwork regarding our meetings with your TWG. And of course, all the decisions were forwarded to the president. All of a sudden, there was this letter of the private schools regarding the issue on, I think they have the 2 letters already, and we talked it over with our meeting with ASU officials. And a letter also was sent to Sir Popoy de Vera, the CHED commissioner chair. And Sir Popoy de Vera wrote a letter to the president to have an action on it. And the letter the president rewrote for me to have an action also. So I wrote Sir Popoy de Vera about the present the present situation of ASU Malay campus, or whatsoever how you called it, that it's not on our part to settle the issue whether they will open or not, but it's between LGU Malay and the private schools. And our part is on the word, on the instruction of Director Bacal, who is the member of the Board of Regents of ASU, to help Malay. So when we have our meeting, since the authority now is vested to me to meet with the TWG of Malay, when I met them in Ibahay campus, I told them, we can't understand the work in the academe unless you will do the benchmarking. Kasi hindi maintindihan. On my part, being the director, if it is an extension campus, the financial requirements will be under my campus, at yung budget ko mismo hindi na halos magkasya sa mismo kong campus, yung faculty ko, etc., the time element on to manage the two campus, etc., and we are already on the level 4. But all of this, I explained to the TW group, but I recommended, with the approval of the President, that they will have their benchmarking among the schools in the Visayas wherein they have the same establishment like an extension class, community college, and a campus. And I think the other day, they have it and they have done it successfully for 3 days. Natapos nila yung lahat na mga eskwelahan na yon. And I don't know what's their decision right now. Second, regarding the MOA was sent to me, but I told the TWG, although copy furnished for me for all the documents, but all the documents will be forwarded to the office of the President. So it took 1 week, I think, for us not to have an action of the MOA because I can't have action myself. I'm only the campus director. So good, the TWG forwarded another MOA to the President, although all copy furnished to me. And we answered also the MOA with all the inclusions there, and I don't know what happened already to the MOA because it's the action of the office of the President already, if it is forwarded to LGU Malay. So at this point, the LGU Malay is not yet decided on how they will establish a school, a college, either an extension class, a campus, or a community college. Second, the MOA is not yet fully on the stage of magpirmahan tayo or what. It takes a lot of meeting before it will be approved. First, it is only the first meeting that we've had, and we bring it back to the LGU Malay, the MOA. It will pass again to the academic council of the school or the university, the administrative council. And on March 6 will be our last quarter board meeting already. At this point also, the PASOK 6 of this move that August will be our start of our first semester. So, yun ang mga information doon. So, on the part of ASU, our job is to have a win-win solution, our partnership with LGU Malay, our stakeholders here, with the private schools, of course, kung anong ikakaganda at paano kami makakatulong. So, yun ang situation as of this time because the TWG of Malay have not reported yet to me what transpired on their benchmarking and what have they decided already. As what Ma'am Alma told the body, that it will be tomorrow, I think they have their meeting, and for that reason, will send my representative. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay, so, yes, Attorney Estrada.
Just to respond, Madam Chair. Your Honor, it was raised earlier that for consideration of the distance, the cost of the parents on the transportation of their children. I'd like to answer that, again, in reference to the new law, the RA 10931. The tertiary education subsidy actually covers transportation and other education-related costs. The DBM and well, under the General Appropriations Act already provided the budget. It's 60,000 per student subsidy to study in the accredited private schools under the program. That 60,000 is more than well, that exceeds the tuition that is being charged by the private schools here in Aklan. And there are budgets there reserved for books, for transportation, and even accommodation for dormitories and the like. So what we're saying, Your Honor, is that if there can be other ways, without questioning, of course, the authority of the local government to establish its own school, what we're saying is that there are now other ways. The policy landscape has already changed, where there is optimum use of government resources. Instead of putting up a school, the resources in the private sector in collaboration and partnership may be used through government funds. At meron na nga pong pondo na inilaan doon. And I was also with the CHED chairperson De Vera yesterday, but this is for an academic convocation. We also discussed this. And he referred to me to the covenant signed by CHED with the SUCs when he was still a commissioner, regarding complementarity. And this actually led to the passing of the bill, which eventually became a law, which now operationalizes the complementarity between the public and the private higher education sector, which is a constitutional mandate. So we think on our part, we just want to contribute to the deliberation of this measure. We believe on our part that this will be a win-win situation. It will be less costly to the government. Again, we offer our partnership so that there will be no duplication of programs. There will be better facilitation of the implementation of the tertiary education subsidy. We open our schools for standards of quality that may be required by the municipality if necessary, just to prove that we are worthy partners of the local government in delivering education. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Bautista next, and Honorable Gallinero. Honorable Graf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned earlier, no, this is a long overdue project and programs of the LGU Malay. We're talking here of attorney, no, of convenience naman sa mga aton mga estudyante. No? Yes, there's a 10931 or 18931 that supports the scholarship program of the poor students. But we're talking of convenience. Dahil sabi, ang distance of travel from Katiklan, or say, for instance, they came from Naasog, maglakad dyan, mag-motorbike, and then punta sa Katiklan, pupuntang Kalibo. So yung distance of travel, talaga nakawawa yung mga estudyante namin dito. So that's what the reason. Kahit noon pa, na gusto namin maglagay ng eskwelahan, malayo kami sa Kalibo eh. And it's very, one thing that it's discouraged students na mag-aral. Kasi gusto na palagi din sa pamilya eh. No? And dyan sa palagi, and then they are also supporting their parents. Sa umaga, sa hapon, there's some farmers. Lalo na ngayon, karamihan sa mainland is nagbo-boat trip. So, at the same time, parents gusto din nila na makita yung anak nila na safe every day. So, when we talk about revenue, income, of course, yung mapiktado. Pero hindi naman masyadong malaki mas dyan dito sa Malay eh. Na it will not really affect the revenue ng private schools. Yung amin lang is, bigyan naman namin ng convenience yung mga bata dito ng pag-aaral na malapit sila sa parents nila. Yun lang eh. No? Na they will be guided properly. Alam mo naman, pag yung mga bata, pag malayo sa pamilya, iba na. At saka marami mga cases nangyari dito sa Malay ng mga babae, lalo ng mga babae. Marami naman, even sa population office natin, marami mga cases na hindi magandang nangyari doon sa other areas. No? Not to mention other places. Kaya yung amin ang safety, convenience ng mga bata na malapit yung school dito sa Malay, na talagang they will be encouraged at saka maging convenient yung pag-aaral nila dito sa aming area. Yun lang ang purpose namin doon. I hope you understand that.
Galinero. Just wait, Father. Father, just wait. We'll have Honorable Galinero first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, Madam Chair, it is the desire of every local government
To have us.
that we have to bring the education closer to our constituents, Madam Chair. And I do believe that this project of the local government will push through in order to cater and also to help our constituents in this municipality, Madam Chair. As we all know, Madam Chair, that the Malay is one of abo nga na mataas ang numero sa teenage pregnancy. So after that, they stop schooling. So I think this time, with this kind of education that we have, that will be based in this municipality, Madam Chair, matawaan pa gid naton sanda it mayad-ayad nga puturo sa pangabuhi, Madam Chair. Dahil do iba nabudlayan mag-eskwela sa Kalibo because gani nga malayo kita ag mabudlay ang maga-eskwela sa mga pribado nga eskwelahan kun alang-alang do imo kara nga budget. And besides, even nga may subsidy kita from the government. So yun lang man siguro ang aton, Madam Chair, no? Iya kara sa mga LGU naton, and of course to the private school, because I experienced, Madam Chair, no? Malayo ang eskwelahan kamo, almost sangkiri lang ako nga wa man makatapos because of sa mga hindrance, no? Kung malayo ikaw sa imo nga malayo ang edukasyon. So this time I think haray edukasyon ta atong ginadala sa aton nga mga pumuluyo, no? Lalo gid kara sa Banwa it Malay. So I think hindi man siguro mapiktuhan gid mabahol do aton kara nga mga pribado nga eskwelahan, since nga siguro do iba mataang nga gusto mataang nga makagraduate sa mga prestiyoso nga eskwelahan, hay pwede matasan dagyapon maka-enroll, no, sa anda kara. But what ang aton lang man iya kara sa Banwa it Malay nga ginadala nato ng edukasyon iya para sa mga less fortunate naton nga mga igmangod nga di cannot afford nga ipadala sa eskwelahan do anda kara nga mga unga nga malayo sa aton kara nga Banwa, Madam Chair. Even nga ni may malapit kita nga State University sa Ibahay, nabudlayan gihapon do aton kara nga mga constituents. So I think this time wawon itibaliba do aton kara nga mga constituents nga hindi maka-eskwela, since nga ginadalaw naton do edukasyon para kanda iya kara sa Banwa it Malay, Madam Chair. So I think that's my premise, Madam Chair, and I do believe that sana maintindihan man, no, itaton nga mga private school do mandates katon nga magtao it nagakaigo kara nga edukasyon sa aton kara nga mga constituents, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, yes, Father Villasis, and next would be Honorable Graf.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the members of the Sangguniang Bayan, and also my colleagues, and to the members of the TWG and the director of the ASO campus, Ibahay. I'm just looking for a real necessary reason why the ASO Malay campus should be established. First, you mentioned that we do not interfere with your responsibility to address the needs of your constituents. Did you have any survey? Why is there a need to open a tertiary education in Malay? How many youth are displaced because of distance? What we are talking in tertiary education is quality education, not just access to education. And that is the very reason RA 10931 was passed into law. That's the Free Education Act, which means to say universal access to free quality education. So let us not forget the word quality. Okay. Now, it was also mentioned that convenience is the issue. I think our situation now in terms of transportation has improved a lot compared than before. What if all the LGUs in Aklan would also request to open or to put up a campus in their own locality? I would believe that the mandate that was mentioned earlier, it is referring to the local government of Malay or any municipality to put up their own college if they want to, but not at the expense of the national government to put up an ASO campus. Aklan State University or all state universities are funded nationally. If it is your desire, then it's the local government who would rather put up a college, community college, but not to disenfranchise the many private institutions who were there for ages already, who were the educators before all these state universities grew up or sprung up. Now, I would like to give you a model. I just attended a PBED conference. This is the Philippine Business Education Conference in Cebu, and that was 3 days ago. And it so happened that Chairman Popoy de Vera was also there, and we had a conversation about this. He says he frowns on State University expanding, offering the same program. Second, I also had a conversation with the PASOK president. This is the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges, Mr. Terso Ronquillo of the Batangas State University, who also mentioned that the responsibility will be on Aklan State University. And it is the desire of the local government giving the responsibility to the Aklan State University. And that is also the decision, or the sentiment of the West Visayan State University president, who is having problems now with the Himamaylan campus. It's a headache. Now, if ASO wants the headache, so be it. No, if they really should decide. But the question is, there is this Cagayan de Oro model. The Cagayan de Oro model, which the mayor, of course, is Mayor Oscar Moreno, they really wanted to put up their own college, but they did not, because they begin to realize that if they have the government's funds for scholarship, there are already existing colleges and universities where they can bring their scholars to education. And what do we need? He says, for example, in Boracay, do you need a 4-year degree program in order to employ your young or the youth? Or is it only a technical? Somebody mentioned that you want to put up a technical school. That we will not object. Because, you know, the demands, I think, in Boracay is not a 4-year degree program. Are they going to become managers? And how many can be accommodated in Boracay? You know, the question is, yes, but not everybody can become managers. You know, we have to admit the fact, and it is a fact, that we need skilled workers. Okay? And because TESDA is offering this, they can go up to the ladder. Right. So, this is one. You said that it will not affect us. My God. There is a big drop of our enrollment in the first year. Tell anyone here whose enrollment did not drop. Now, if you open a Malay campus, are we not looking also Buruanga sending their students here? Are we not looking Libertad, who is just nearby, sending their students here? Are we not looking also that might be the nearby Nabas area would also be sending their students here? So, again, this is isolating the private HEIs, which are already in Calibo, are all in Calibo. So I just don't know if you understand complementarity. Complementarity, there should be no competition between existing public state universities and private institutions, because we all promote education. So, if we given our appeal we should rather look into putting up more technical schools. To put up a school is not a guarantee that pregnancy will not stop. Tell me which school has lessened the pregnancy. People want to do it. In fact, in Boracay, I just do not know, I don't want to make judgment, but the possibility of the young exposed to the many things now in the world, so is sending them to school. We have students in Aklan Catholic College that, in spite that they are in Aklan Catholic College, get pregnant. So if that is the issue, then definitely I do not know. What conclusion or what study did you have that opening up a school would minimize the pregnancy here? And I think this is a social issue that should be addressed by the local government, not by the institution, educational institutions. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Graf. Then would be next Honorable Maming. Honorable Pagsugiron and Galinero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With due respect to our private colleges present, representatives present here, I was present in the meeting with NEDA in Iloilo last time, not as SB of Malay, but as a president, as the president of Boracay Foundation, Association of Hotels in Boracay, hotels, resorts, and other establishments. So, I've been listening to the interaction, yung mga discussion and all. And one thing, ang bottom line ay we failed, all of us, in the educational, I think in the academe, to create a kind of, ang ano kita ba, something to support the tourism industry in Boracay, like making Malay or Aklan a food basket of Aklan, no? Of a food basket of Boracay. That's one failure already, and that's also our observation in the hotel industry. Going back to the social issues, Madam Chair, ang natabo, not only we have indigent students, ang pregnancy, we're talking about pregnancy, no? Mas gayo ang unga. So, I mean, I did not study in Kalibo because I took up my education I took up my university education in Manila. Pero I have classmates, schoolmates nga nagtagang itagan porque gayo sa ginikanan. First time nga nabugag sa ginikanan, nagabusar. Either ga it parents, nag-school lawat agali. About it graduation, attend man sa graduation, galiwat agali. Ginatawan allowance every month. Ay siyempre pobre man ang nanay ag tatay, wamat edukasyon. Waman sa nakasayod, anong katabo if they really are enrolled, if they are really going to school, mga things like that. But I mean, bringing it closer to the Malaynons will make it easier for the parents to monitor and control their children to make sure that they are really going to school and wa naga-disco kung gabi, wa nagayan sa Tagayan, wa nagaadto sa kunsinsiin pa mga good times sa Kalibo, no, being away from your parents as teenagers, bahaw nga freedom imong maramdaman. Pero siyempre kung bukod man ikaw disiplinado from your home o mismo ginahalinan mong bagay, hindi mo mahambay nga pwede kang maging disiplinado pag gayoon, the more out of sight, out of mind man sa parents ko amat ang bahala na si Batman mag-alaga ta kuno nga. But anyway, going back to we were talking about, daiwa malang ka kurso ang i-offer baga it aso sa start, if I'm not mistaken, two courses to start with. So, meaning, we're not touching the technical courses, education courses, etc. courses. There's only 2 to start with. And ang appeal lang naman man, no, bilang LGUD, give us a chance to start something. We're not going to kill, we're not even competing or planning to compete with the private institutions. Pero tawaan itsansa ang Malay, nga mag-ubra mat sarili namon, mag-craft man kami sarili namong future, pag-abot sa edukasyon. Dahil sa akon mismong observation, no, sa hotel industry, sa restaurants, ang aton nga mga estudyante sa Aklan, with due respect, wa man ako hambagatanan, but some applicants does not even know brandy glass from a flute, from a wine glass, white wine, red wine. You know, there's so many glasses because it's not available in their schools. You know, they studied hotel, pero even ang symmetry baga mag-set up. Diba, when you have a restaurant, you test your students. Okay, you set up this table. Set up sa table. Basta symmetry man lang mga kutsara, tinidor. Hindi nandama perfect, Madam Chair. So, imo na mga bagay nga medyo ginabatyag namon. That's why there are many not non-Malaynon and Aklanons nga nababaton sa Boracay sa service dahil sa kahuyangan o medyo bukon baga it sadya, or I would say standard, dami nga standard it pagtinugudan, and that's a fact. I'm talking as a president of an association of hotel, and have been running may restaurant for 18 years, and hotels for more than 30 years. So, Madam Chair, ang amon abitsa, I mean like my idea here, I attended that meeting. Gusto namon in Boracay kung sa tourism nga courses makipag-partner ang Hotel Association sa Boracay o di sa ASO para masiguro nga ang graduates na ton ay quality gid ang mga estudyante nga mabaton bisan 5-star hotel nga manabatan anami kung ta ang goal nga makaron. And we are here to do, I mean like to be in partner with our ASU, no, sa pag-abuton kung saan o man imaw madayon. Pero imaw nga nila ang inahinyo malang namon tawan kamit tsansa ang LGU Malay nga maka ubramat aton nga future, no, without I would say panabaon ang mga enrollees dahil wa man namon gina-offer pa wa pa ba gina-offer ang mga courses nga madahog like mga engineering, mga di ba, mga education and other courses. So
Tourism
I don't think it
courses.
will really affect bahogid ang magiging epekto kung sa daywa man lang ka kurso ang maumpisa sa aton iya. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, first would be Honorable Lloyd, and next would Pasuliran and Galinero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sa akon man kung tanaw na akong sa sitwasyon, manami nga nag-abot ang nga nga sitwasyon nga magkaroon kita dyan college. Dahil ako, biktima man ako dyan. Dahil ako naisip kang unga, layo mbi, di maka-eskwela. Dahil ganiwat pang bayad, sinanay, kagwat pamasahe. So isa ako rin nga biktima dyan. Gani ako, paborta ko nung dyan. Dahil kag silanda, respeto mo na to, nga normal lang mga mag-uposan na. Dahil nga, siya naman nandara. Hindi rin ako ibang giton. Pero, bisan, sa adlaw kita nga ko dyan, maupos gilan sandaran. Pero ang aton ginausoy abe, ang makalumo ang aton mga estudyante, kag-abo man nga, pobre o dyan. Kag kung may mga opera, dapat dati lagi. Abo ka rin ng taong opera, kung may igway, normal lang. Ay, alam ang Pinoy ba? Pero, pabor sa aton nga may eskwelahan dyan, dahil ganyan nga abo, mabuligan ka ran. Ako, isa ako sa biktima, wilit ako at pamana, ay dahil siya na ko nga, nag-eskwela akong mga magulang. Ay kung may igwa dyan eskwelahan lagi, mind-setting lagi ang unga nga, eskwela tayo elementary, kagay school. Ay lapit rong college, warong it allowance, makauli-uli ta, makabagtas, jogging. So, aral nga Madam Chair, watat buli mga kwan, dahil opportunity na ito nga nag-aabot aral nga sitwasyon, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, yes, Hope.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the recognition. Honorable Chair, may I say some thoughts regarding the issue being deliberated right now, Honorable Chair? Thank you. I am speaking on behalf of the youth, since I know that, and also we know that the youth will be the primary beneficiary of this project if ever this will push through. And I would like first to give a backgrounder of the present situation of our municipality. According to the demographic profile of Malay for the year 20, for the past 20 years, with regards to the population, I would like to share all the data about population, since population growth could affect any aspect of the society. For the year 2010, our population is at 24,519. In the year 2010, we have already at 45,811. And the latest data here is, in the year 2015, we are at 52,973. We could see the rapid population growth. And maybe we are actually questioning why we have a lot of problems here in our municipality, especially with the youth. We have a lot of issue about teenage pregnancy. We have a lot of out-of-school youth. We also have an issue of HIV/AIDS, contamination with the youth, the drug abuse among the youth. And the youth are the primary victims of the ill effects of rapid population growth. And I would like to relate with regards to population growth, because if there is population growth, there is also a demand for more manpower to cater the needs of the businesses, especially in Boracay Island. And with the rapid population growth, there are a lot of consumers also, and the demand for the workforce. That is why there is a need for our own people here in Malay to have tertiary education in order for them to be qualified to work in Boracay Island and other booming businesses here in our municipality. And it was also earlier mentioned that with the presence of in the year 2017 approved the RA 10931, there would be subsidy extended to students, not only about tuition fee but also miscellaneous fees and other support for the students going to school, especially those indigents. But the point that I would like to raise is that, as what said by some of the members of the August body, is that we would like to point out the accessibility and the convenience of the students. At the same time, Malay, the first barangay in Malay with the boundary in Nabas, is 50.7 kilometers away from Calibo, and that is very far. And instead of, like for example, I am a youth, instead of using my time for travel, I would use it for family time with my family. And actually, with that, we could, every family here in Malay could actually save their time for their families. And if the family has good relationship with each other, it could actually affect the character of the youth, of the kids. And another thing is that I am also a part of the technical working group. I have personally went through the process of benchmarking. We have visited the different LGUs who have successfully established their own college in partnership with the mother SUC. And as per their experience is that also this is one of the challenges that we really expect. There will be a lot of appeals and etc. And but on the part of the LGU is that we are not up to the competition. We are up to the very mandate that we would like to provide service to our people. This project of establishing a college in our municipality is more of service-oriented to our people. And another thing is that we would like to tap, although we are here in Malay, first-class municipality, we also have far-flung barangays. We have the poorest of the poor. We would like to target those people to help them, to give them more convenience. And also personally, I have talked to a youth, a student from a public school, and we have talked to each other, and this is a personal experience. And I asked her, what are your plans? Because I normally do that whenever I meet a youth. I would ask her if I know that she is graduating her senior high. I would ask her, what is your plan for college? Nang hindi earn ako mag-eskwela, basiaw, layo ba ang eskwelahan sa Kalibo pa. But when I told her, do you know that we have actually a plan, a project na we will have ASU Malay or a college to be established here in Malay. You know what? It gave her hope na, ay sige, hambalan ko lang si nanay nga haranggali may school nun udya. And at the same time, syempre, I also experienced that when I was a student, I don't go every week or monthly. I don't go home because I would like to save money for transportation expense and other. And I guess that aside from the financial incapability with regards to paying fees, also challenge man mas abo pa ganing na spend sa mga, for example, allowances, sa mga boarding houses and other expenses. And what if there are students na what if may dyan man nga case nga may mga youth kita, there are youth nga very sick. They, some parents just choose na hindi na lang pagpa-eskwelahon si nini kay wala, wait mabantay sa ana ito sa kalibo. If ever, may hodeyong kita sa aton nga municipality, we cannot bear, hindi naton ma-hinder some students nga kailangan ibantayan andang parents dahil, for example, they are sick. For example, if ever there's situation nga ginahika, daw nakulbaan bala ang parent nga pa-eskwelahan sa kalibo kay wait immediately matatap sa andang nga or whatsoever sickness it will be. And another thing is that with regards to the in-migration, actually year 2017 successfully conducted the first ever study about migration in Southeast Asia, and the pilot municipality is the municipality of Malay. And you know, one of the reasons of rapid population growth is that due to immigrants, actually is the main reason nga abo-abo gasulod di sa aton nga munisipyo, because a lot of people go here for work. And they go here for work because they will be hired. And we cannot deny the fact that majority of the workforce in Boracay Island are not Malaynons. Why? Because not all Malaynons are qualified. Because we really need, one of the standards is tertiary education. And this is alarming because what will be, for example, the head of the family will go there in Boracay, he will work there, and later on, he will bring his family. And that could add the in-migration in Boracay Island. And it is very ironic that sometime, our Malaynon, who is not a college level, will go to Manila to do construction job or whatsoever because he is not a college graduate. He cannot apply in Boracay. We have a lot of in-migration, but we also have a lot of out-migration because of that very reason that due to lack of tertiary education. And another thing that I have read here in the data in this book, source book, is that I was amazed, I was surprised because before I thought that financial incapability is the primary reason why most of the students don't go to school. But according to the data, it is the inaccessibility to school. Kasi may mga unga nga kailangan mo pa i-push na awatan sa na mag-travel or whatsoever. Again, on behalf of the youth, we would like to address some of the possible chain reaction of not having a tertiary education here. If we want, if the issue there is quality education, if we have a partnership with the ASU, I know that we could actually establish our education here with the standards of the state university, and I guess that could answer the issue of quality education. And also another thing is that again, we are up here for service. We are not for competition. And I guess it will not adversely affect the schools in Kalibo because we will first offer 2 courses. And thank you, and once again, good morning.
Okay, Honorable Galinero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to react to the statement of Father Jobert Villases, no, with your respect to Father. I mentioned about the pregnancy, no, teenage pregnancy. But medyo mali siguro nga ang kung may tertiary kita ay mountat ang teenage pregnancy. Bukod imaro ako nga gusto nga ipabot, no. What I mean is that there were victims, no, of teenage pregnancy. And after that, warusan da makapatuloy itanda ka nga pag-eskwela. So do yun do ako niya bot hambalon nga if we have a tertiary level here in our municipality, hay very accessible kanda. Pwede sandag yapon makakontinue itanda ka nga pag-eskwela dahil nga ni nga wa kita naila nga duaton ka nga komunidad hayas na lang gid una. At the same level ang ginahambal nga skilled workers lang ang aton. I think it's not. Kung pwede maging manager tanan nga Malay nun, obrahon naton manager eh. For the sake of education. Nga may manami kita nga matao, nga edukasyon kanda. So yun man lang ang amon eh. Kung may una nga courses nga pwede nga pang manager, why not? Most of hotels here in our municipality in Boracay are not from Malay. No? Pila lang gid kabilog. So mas naiya mataguro kita nga kung ang manager itsiyang relay, Malay nun, Aklanon. Because buwa man kita nagakompete sa school eh. Ang aton lang nga matawag kita edukasyon nga mapalapitan it aton ka nga mga constituents nga they cannot afford ito sa mga private school. So I think it's a matter of understanding. No? I think it's a matter of marketing also from the private school on how they market their schools. Pero to stop our having a tertiary school here in our municipality, I think it is also our mandate eh. Mong ganing ginahambal naton eh. Natawaan it manami nga pagpangabuhi do aton kara nga mga constituents, and one of that is to have a tertiary school. Would you imagine ang mga boatman naton nga high school graduate as kara boatman lang. Malay mo pag-abot it aton eskwelahan, ay una man lang gali sa unahan eskwelahan, ang eskwelahan man ay may eskwela ta ako. O say later on malay nato naging manager ta imaw. Or to have, to have a very good position. So yun man lang ang aton nga gusto nga ipa hinyo man sa aton nga mga private school nga we are not competing. Hindi man kita makakompete kanday. Ambal gay nang the quality education, but I think right now edukasyon ay halos para pareho man ay. And it depends on the courses that we offered. So ang ato lang man we are very lucky nga at least tara nga dream naton ay may tawad it kamaturan. Again, I would like to emphasize, we are not competing to the private school. What we are doing is for the general welfare of our constituents here in our municipality. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, yes. Honorable Somdad, and would be next would be Ma'am Alma.
Good morning, Ms. Chair. Good morning to the August body and our guest here today. Being a first-class municipality, I think it's time for this municipality to have our own college para naman hindi na tayo mapalayo, papunta pa tayo sa province of Aklan, we go to the Iloilo City, like Manila. Malaking convenient po sa mga estudyante at mapapalapit pa po sa mga magulang natin at mababantayan as mentioned by SB Nenit Grap na kung nasa malapit lang ang ating mga students, hindi na madali na natin silang mabantayan at makapag-aral sila ng mabuti. So it's 2019, it's time to step up as a first-class municipality of Malay. I think they should allow us to have at least to start a college school in municipality of Malay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Ma'am Alma, then would be next would be Sir Banjola, the PTCA Federation President.
I just would like to answer, ma'am, the question if we have conducted survey. No?
Yes.
Actually, in 2010, we have a record here that census of population and housing, there were only 15.35% of the individuals in Malay age 20 and above have college degree. And this survey reveals that this is very below the national survey with 23%. So can you imagine, no, our only 15.35% no, having a college degree. And we have conducted a survey among our 442 K-12 right now in the municipality of Malay because we have 4 secondary schools. So we have 442 students right now. So of the 442, they said that 6% of them said that they want to go college outside Malay, and 94% are having planned to go to college, but they are not sure, no, if they they will be sending, no, the parents of this 94% will be sending them to school. So can you imagine that 94% of our students are not parang hindi sure, no, kung makapag-aral sila o hindi. So the local government unit of Malay is just wanting to give these students, no, the services that they deserve. And sabi nga, education is the right, no, of every Filipino. So yun lang ang gusto naming ibigay sa ating constituents. So still near to 7% are planning to go to college outside Malay. So siguro yun yung mga students na pupunta ng Kalibo and other cities outside Malay. Thank you po.
Okay. Yes, Sir Banjola.
Okay, magandang tanghali, Madam Chairs, and sa lahat po ng mga ating pong SB dito. Bilang representative po ng General PTA Federation, Public and Private School, ako po nakikita ko po na yung pagbigay po ng, magkaroon po dito ng tinatawag na college sa Municipality of Malay, ay napakalaki pong opportunity para sa Malay nun and Boracay nun. At the same time po, doon po sa like for sa mga tinatawag natin na working student, like for example, nagtatrabaho sila sa gabi, so may time po silang makapag-aral sa umaga. At the same time din sa mga parents po na gusto pang mag-college, ay very easy po na makakuha ng kurso ng kolehiyo sa kanilang gustong marating. Bilang parents po, ako po ay nahirapan din dati nag-aral bilang sa Kalibo. Ang klase ko po sa STI ay TTHS. Uwi po ako ng Boracay, babiyahin tricycle para lang may allowances, and din babalik sa Kalibo at mag-aaral. Kung mayroon po dito sa Municipality of Malay, ay napakadali po na access, lalo sa Boracay, na umuwi, bumalik, at makapag-isip ng maayos at makapag-aral ng mabuti dahil ang college po ay napakalapit po at nilalapit na po sa atin, na sana po ay mabigyan ng pagkakataon na ito po ay matuldukan at maayos at mabigyan ng pagkakataon na bigyan ng kuliyo ang Municipality of Malay, dahil sa totoo lang po, ang Malay po ay natawag na world class municipality ayon kay SB Dato. So yun lang po ang aking maambag. Sana po magpagkasunduan, magpagkaisahan at maayos po. Maraming salamat and God bless all.
Okay. Yes, Honorable Pagsugiran, the next Honorable Bautista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ito lang naman ang masabi ko nung isang bisis na nagkaroon ako ng speaking engagement sa mga parents, nung sinabi ko ito na magkakaroon na ng college dito sa Malay, palakpakan sila lahat. Sabi niya, it's an opportunity na for our students na makapag-aral. Pero ito, hindi naman ito, tingin ko hindi naman ito, Madam Chair, na treat sa ating mga private institutions, no? Dahil, as mentioned by Honorable Sumdad, na kuha naman yun prerogatives naman ng parents kung saan nila ipa-enroll yung mga estudyante nila. Dahil, like in my case, no, nag-first year college ako sa Aklan College, and then after that, nag-transfer ako sa Manila. So I finished my college education in Manila. So sa ngayon, kasi tingnan natin yung data, marami din nagpapaaral ng mga anak nila sa like in Iloilo, no? Kahit sa Manila. So iba-ibang kwan kasi option yun, Madam Chair, no? May option. So ang pinakamaganda dito kasi sa magkaroon tayo ng college sa Municipality of Malay, ayun nga sinasabi na nga, kailangan ilapit natin yung opportunity sa mga tao natin. As mentioned na ang mandate kasi natin dito, being an elected official or members of the August body, ay of course yung serbisyo ba na bringing the education closer to the people, general welfare of our constituents, no? So, yun lang naman siguro, Madam Chair. At request din natin dito sa mga private pa natin, institutions na kahit papaano, respetuhin na lang natin. Let give, bigyan tayo ng chance at saka pag sinabi kasi natin na quality educations, tingnan natin kung hindi naman magandang edukasyon na i-provide ng ASO dito sa Malay, then may option naman eh. So yun lang naman ang observation ko, Madam Chair, na kung pwede, respetuhin na lang yung kung whatever the decisions of the local government unit of Malay, then so be it, Madam Chair.
Okay. Honorable Bautista. And the next would be Attorney Estrada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Siguro anyway, naintindihan naman natin lahat na siguro, no? Lalo sa private schools, ang intention ng LGU Malay. No? Sa narinig nyo, yung kanila, ng latest data, binigay na out of that 442, yung mga 42 lang ang mga pag-college. Na sure, ha? 100% ng mga pag-aral outside Malay. So what will happen with that 400? So that will be now our obligasyon namin yan. No? So sana you must understand us. Yun lang. Dahil, sabi nga ni SB Dato, we are now as first as municipality, but we are not providing that services to our people, which is education. Diba? So, yun nga, so ito, parang materialize because ang NIDA nakialam na. It was really NIDA who recommended eh. Diba? Dahil sa nakita nga na because of migration, as mentioned by SB Sugeron kanina. So, parang iba dyan na take advantage kasi ang workforce na dapat ibigay ng isang LGU Malay ay hindi maibigay because kulang nga. At saka marami ang hindi maka-afford to avail that education na dapat ibigay doon sa Boracay. At sa high time now, sana you must understand us. Sabi ko nina, dapat 2001 pa ito eh. Kaso lang, we were talking of quality education, siguro hindi pa nakita ngon. So we're very happy na ito na, dito na yung issue. Ibahay na magtulong dito na they will provide that education. So siguro this will not be competing with the private schools or maybe it will encourage other municipalities na dito mag-aral kasi may subsidy ang LGU Malay eh. Hindi basta-basta sila magtanggap ng mga estudyante dyan. So it should be prioritized ng mga Malay noon kasi we are providing funds for that program na hindi pwede dyan na ito, we have subsidy to the ASO campus Malay, hindi pwede ito gamitin ng ibang LGUs. It should be prioritized intended for the Malay noons. Kasi pira ng Malay yan eh. So yun siguro ang assurance na. Then we are limiting also other courses na kailangan lang. I-provide lang namin sa Boracay in order to avoid or to reduce man lang yung mga migrations. Which is, ito problema malaki dito sa Malay ngayon. At saka yung deprivation nga ng services na dapat ibigay namin sa mga tao. Yun lang siguro na, as mentioned nga kanina sa Giron, when I talk or sinabi ko dun sa kulod na pista, na the people are very happy. So sana matuloy na yun. No? And the people is longing for it. So sana maintindihan yung attorney, padre. No? Yun lang. We want also a Malay noon, not only a skillful workers, but maybe managers in the future. That's our vision. Eh. We have our vision. And we have to do it now. So, yun lang, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, Attorney Estrada.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, just would like to add that, again, the private schools would not object if the programs that will be offered are TESDA programs. It was mentioned earlier that there's a specific need that has to be addressed. So, for example, housekeeping, bartending, food and beverage, these are all offered by TESDA under certain training regulations. And this does not deprive the students of opportunity to climb up the ladder. Meron naman po tayong PQF na ngayon, yung Philippine Qualifications Framework. Ano na po yan, yung ladderized program. That's already a law. No? So, hindi naman lahat kailangan makakuha ng degree. And again, we will not object to that because there will be no duplication of courses. And if ever that the Malay will implement extension campus of ASU, we hope that the courses are limited to those courses authorized by the charter, by the law. Because it can be the start in two courses that were being mentioned. This can just be the start, and there's no stopping it any time in the succeeding years to offer other courses, and that may actually compete with the courses being offered in the private higher education institutions. Again, we would like to reiterate that there's a limitation on the charter. As I understand, but correct me if I'm wrong, the ASU is primarily an agricultural state university, and Ched has already mentioned that there's a moratorium on offering programs not provided in the charter. Of course, certain charters provide a general provision that says any and other courses that may be offered as authorized by the Board of Regents. But then again, I'd like to reiterate, we've been manifesting our position, and we thank the Sanggunian for giving us this opportunity, and we acknowledge that the intention is noble, but again, there are unintended consequences, and what we are also reiterating is a mandate of the Constitution. Complementarity is also a mandate, and education is everyone's business. This is not only for the local government. In fact, there are national agencies entrusted to take care of this, and in case that this plan would push through anyway, the CHED will have to approve the programs that will be issued. The CHED would have to accredit the programs and courses that will have to be issued. And again, we will participate in all of these venues and platforms, again, to reiterate our position. We think that there is no harm in implementing the new law, yung RA 10931, tertiary education subsidy, again, at no cost to the government, and without hurting the complementarity of education. So, thank you very much. And again, good afternoon na po.
Okay. Yes. The ASU director would like to say something. Dr. Emily Arangote.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is a healthy discussion. I appreciate it, and thank you very much for having this. And I suggest that we will have more open forum like this, inviting the TESDA, inviting the CHED, and in a bigger picture. This is the first forum we've had before we will have our establishment, either a campus, a community college, or an extension, wherein I reiterate, at this point, we have not decided yet, and we are not yet through with our documents. So I commend the SB officials for having this forum, and I suggest another bigger forum like this, inviting the TESDA, the CHED representative, and the president himself of ASU, and other constituents, like as what the good Father Villasis mentioned, that what about all the mayors will establish a community college. So let's invite the president of Mayor's League, something like that, mayor of Nabas. It's good to start an establishment wherein balat hawid-hawid na everybody understand each other. After all, our role among all these three parties is a win-win solution. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much, Ma'am Arangote. Yes, Father Villas, is your acknowledged. Okay, so maybe this is the last comment na lang, no? Sige, Pads.
As I mentioned earlier, we have to address this problem in a tripartite way. The government, the industry, and the academy. Now, all our, I think Boracay is industry-driven, area wherein it is the industry that demands what kind of workforce we need in Boracay. I would like to ask Ms. Graff, She mentioned earlier that she's running a restaurant for 18 years, and for 18 years, the workforce that you are needing most are May I know what are they? Can they all be managers or? Yeah, please.
Please use our microphone.
Father, with due respect, no, in fact, my workers from, let's say, the first 5 years or first 10 years, they're all owners already of their own
Yeah.
companies. I'll mention specifically Paulo Collection, Hangin Kiteboarding, dating, ano nga itawag ka raw? Dating Paradiso Restaurant. Those are my
Yes.
workers.
Yeah,
They used to work
and they
with
are
me,
very
and most
successful.
of them own their own establishments already. And some of them have gone abroad. You know, so most of them are Malay nun.
That's why I'm asking that. You
And
know,
Aklanon, of
and
course.
Aklanon, and most
So
of
they
them.
are capable.
I'm not questioning their capability.
Given the chance and, you know, with the right training and all.
Yeah, exactly. That's the purpose, no, of my intervention is that, or my interjection is that in the TESDA program or the technical schools, it doesn't mean that you remain a laborer or a skilled worker all along, because you know it goes also with the desire, the motivation, and the will, no, to improve yourself. But what are the demands of the industry in Boracay and in Malay? That's why should be a dialogue among them. Because if we just simply open a school, no, or a college for that matter, that does not address, there's a mismatch. This is what we're talking all the time. A mismatch of our skills with the demands of the industry. And that's why during the PIBED conference, instead of talking tertiary education, we were talking about technical schools, technical skills. I was talking to the president of the construction company, association, Mr. Barry. He mentioned that we don't need lots of engineers. We only need one engineer, and the rest, foremen, workforce. And that's why he is even telling us that right now, we are not ready for build. It's hard to find a, what do you call this, backhoe driver. Which institution trains a backhoe driver? These are the most needed jobs now in our country. That's why there is a backlog, big backlog, in building, in construction, simply because we don't have the workforce that addresses the need of the industry. So I hopefully, as I mentioned, our appeal is, if you need a tertiary education, then run it yourself because you have the funds. We don't want that the national funds will be allocated to a locality just simply because of access. What we fight for is quality education. And thank you for this opportunity to have us with you. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Father Jobert, for that speech. Yes, Sir Kimpo, you're acknowledged. Maybe last na lang kasi it's almost 12:30.
Thank you to the chairman, to the Sanggunian. It has really been a passionate morning, no, from the Sanggunian, and it's really Malay is really lucky to have a very good Sanggunian. I can see that this is a development issue. No, it's a question of whether the appropriate use of government funds. I would just like to suggest, if it's possible, for the private schools to sit in the technical working group by ASU, and if possible, also to invite NEDA, because we have been citing NEDA as the source, no, of this issue. So let's clarify it with NEDA, and also align it with the development plan of NEDA, because one of the issues from the development plan is the very poor quality of tertiary education and the need for technical. So I think that's what we're coming from. No? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Your comments is duly noted, Mr. Kimpo. Actually, the Association of the Private School, you have wrote a letter to wala pa sa sir, sa NEDA with regards to this issue. only here in the Sangguniang. Okay, so thank you. We're looking forward to the technical working group that they can arrange a good meeting together with NIDA and to the private school and ASU. No. So anyway, thank you very much for coming. No, from the Association of Private School, and we have a good conversation, and we look forward. No, nga we can have a win-win solution with regards to this issue. No. So to the technical working group, thank you for coming, and to Ma'am Arangote, maraming salamat. You are all invited. We have a lunch at the second floor. Okay. Lunch lang ha, not discussion. Ay, just joking. So, thank you. Okay, Madam Secretary.
We will have a lunch, 1 hour lunch break.
Okay, so our session is suspended for 1 hour for lunch.
That's why we invited you because of this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even members of my family.
Para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested by
That's why we invited you because of this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested by
That's why we invited you because of this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested by
That's why we invited you because of this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested by
That's why we invited you because of this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested by
besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even members of my family.
Para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
and that's why we would like to inquire.
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living members of my family.
Para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested the
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire.
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire.
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire.
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire.
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire.
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire.
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal faith, even members of my family.
Para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal faith, even members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting
That's why we invited you for interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living members of my family.
Para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting
That's why we invited you for interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting
That's why we invited you for interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting
That's why we invited you for interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting
That's why we invited you for interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting
That's why we invited you for interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting
That's why we invited you for interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
Para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting
besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal living members of my family.
Para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting the
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, at my personal living members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protesting the
invited you before our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
Para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Permission from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested.
That's why we invited you before our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Permission from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested.
That's why we invited you before our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Permission from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested.
That's why we invited you before our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Permission from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested.
That's why we invited you before our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Permission from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested.
That's why we invited you before our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Permission from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested.
That's why we invited you before our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Permission from from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested.
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
Para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested.
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested.
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested.
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested.
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested.
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community is still protested.
That's why we invited you to this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
Confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, every members of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you because of this interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
Para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
That's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
that's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
that's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
that's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
that's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
that's why we invited you because of our interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire that
To besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested
besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
Para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy my reputation, dignity, and my personal faith, even in those of my family.
para ma-improve talaga yung aming
confirmation from the legal authorities or from any intelligence community still protested the
That's why we invited you to interaction, and that's why we would like to inquire
But to besmirch my or to destroy
Okay, so our sixth regular session is now resumed. Madam Secretary.
For our incoming and referrals, Mr. Chair, we have here an urgent request of the acting municipal mayor, Abraham L. Swalog, for another extension for the renewal of mayor or business permit application or processing from January 20, 2019 to January 28, 2019.
Okay,
I
so
will present the reason.
Honorable
Mr. Chair,
Considerant.
before we proceed, first I move to lift the suspensions in order to and go back to the proper calendar of business.
Okay, so your wish is granted. So as Vice Chairman on Committee on Laws, can you make a motion for the urgent request of our municipal mayor, acting municipal mayor, at number 2?
On behalf of the Committee Chair on Laws, so I move that the urgent request of the acting mayor, Abram El Swalog, for another extension for the renewal of mayor business permit application processing from February 20, 2019 to February 28, 2019 is immediately approved.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded by Honorable Lloyd that the urgent request of the acting municipal mayor, Abram L. Swalog, for another extension for the renewal of mayor and business permit application processing from February 20, 2019 to February 28, 2019 is approved.
For our next incoming, Mr. Chair, is the application for accreditation of Katiklan Wet Market Credit Cooperative.
Okay, so refer to Committee on Tourism and Cooperative.
For our committee report, we have Committee on Land Use and request for SB endorsement. We have, Mr. Chairman, we have 31 projects to be reported this afternoon. The vice chairman of the committee was assigned to do the reporting.
Okay, since that the committee chair on land use has a very important matters to attend this afternoon, so he was delegated the said report to the committee member of the committee, the vice chairman of committee on land use, and that's you, Honorable Pagsugiron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was instructed by the committee chair on land use to render the committee's committee report with regards to the following requests for endorsement, Mr. Chair. First, he handed it to me these documents, so I'll just read, Mr. Chair. First is the request of Mr. Herbert Reynancido. The locations is in Bubon, Manok-Manok. The date of inspections was in February 15, 2019. The application for additional third floor was denied because the structure was on forest area or in 15 meters buffer zone. So this the request of Herbert Reynancido is denied. And next is the request of Distilleria Barako Corporation. The locations of the project is in Barangay Naasog. Date of inspections, February 13, 2019. The said structures complied 12 meters, 12% of 10% open space requirement. The lot area is 81 square meters. The right of the property is a deed of sale of a portion of land. Setback from access road of 4 meters width is 3.80 meters from the edge of existing road to the building line. The request of the Braco Corporations is hereby endorsed with penalty, Mr. Chairs, because the structures is application is as built. Third, the request of Membi Villalobos. The locations of the structures is in.
Can we make it one by one, or we have to?
I think one by one, Mr. Chair, because I'm not sure if all of these applications or applicants is endorsed.
Okay, so sa letter A, you have to make a motion if it is to be endorsed or not.
Okay. Actually, number one, the request of Mr. Herbert Renancido is denied because of some violations stated during the inspections.
Okay,
The
so
second one, the Distilleria Barako Corporations is hereby endorsed, Mr. Chair.
so first I have to you made the motion for Herbert
Sorry.
Renacido and who seconded?
So, okay, Mr. Chair.
The application of Mr. Herbert Renacido of as-built plan of one-story, one-room residential commercial building with office at Barangay Manok-Banok is hereby denied. Okay, number two.
Number two, I move that the request of Distilleria Barako Corporations is endorsed.
Okay.
Because of...
So is there any second motion for the motion of Honorable Dante
with the
Pangasinan?
penalty, Mr. Chair.
So it has been moved and seconded that the application of the Distilleria Barako Corporation for as-built of two-story, three-rooms residential commercial building with storage at Barangay Naasog. Upon inspection, it found out that it passed all the necessary requirements required by this municipality. So the said establishment or the as-built two-story, three-rooms residential commercial building is endorsed.
Third request is from Mimbi Villalobos. The locations of the project is in Barangay Katiklan near Palengke. Date of inspections is in February 13, 2019. Complied 44.80% of 10% open space requirements. Lot area is 114 square meters. Right of land is deed of sale. Setback from access road of 3 meters width is 2 meters from the edge of existing road to the building line. The said request is, I move that the request of Membi Villalobos be endorsed, subject of penalty, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so the same thing with Distilleria Barako, ano man, subject for penalty.
Subject for penalty.
Okay, so the application of as-built of two-story, 10-rooms residential commercial of Ms. Mimbi Villalobos at Barangay Katiklan has been duly inspected and required by the committee to submit all necessary documents, and it found out that they completed all the documents needed. So the said establishment is endorsed with penalty.
Next, Mr. Chair, is the request of Grace T. Brodard. The locations of the project is in Hilltop San Bilas Resorts, Barangay Balabag. Date of inspections, February 15, 2019. The said structures complied 72.80% of 40% open space requirement. Lot area is 2,099 square meters. Right of land is tax declaration with alienable and disposable certifications and affidavit of undertaking. Mr. Chairs, the said the structure is being applied as built. So the request of, I move that the request of Grace Brodard be endorsed, subject for penalty.
So there was a motion from the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Land Use that the application of as-built of two-story, 5-room staff house at Barangay Balabag by Ms. Grace T. Brodard, upon inspection of the committee, it passed all the necessary requirements required by this municipality and also required all the necessary documents needed for the proof of this application. So the application of Ms. Grace T. Brodard is endorsed with penalty.
Next, Mr. Chair, is the request of Mr. Kenny Sacapanyo, as built of two-story, as built of 3-story, 11 rooms, residential commercial building at Barangay Balabag. This is at the back of Pira Hotel 2. Date of inspections conducted is on February 14, 2019. Complied 12% of 10% open space requirements. Lot area is 124 square meters. Right over land is affidavit of waiver of rights with alienable and disposable certifications of affidavit of undertakings. The said structures complied the requirements on open space, setback and height limitations. So therefore, I move that the request of Kenny Sacapanyo be endorsed with the subject for a penalty, Mr. Chair.
There was a motion from the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Land Use that upon inspection and verification of the said documents submitted by Mr. Kenny Sacapanyo of his application for as-built of 3-story 11-room residential commercial building at Barangay Balabag, it found out that he completed all the necessary requirements required by this municipality. So the application of Kenny Sacapanyo is now endorsed with penalty.
Mr. Chair, next is the request of Ms. Annabel Moso, as built of two-story coffee shop, Barangay Balabag. This structures is located in front of the beds. No? Date of inspections was conducted in February 15, 2019. Complied 10.02% of 10% open space requirement. Lot area is 20 square meter. Lot over land, right over land is a joint venture agreement with alienable and disposable certifications and affidavit of undertakings with 25 plus 5 meters compliance certificate from DNR. Since this is applied as a built plan, so the applicants is subject to pay the penalty, Mr. Chair. So with that, I move that the request of Annabel Moso be endorsed, subject for a penalty.
Okay, so there was a motion from the committee, Vice Committee Chair of Land Use, that the application of Ms. Annabel Moso of as-built 2-story coffee shop at Barangay Balabag, Malay, Aklan, upon completion of the necessary requirements required by this municipality, is now endorsed with penalty.
Next, Mr. Chair, is the request of Ms. Florence Solat, as built of 2-story 4 rooms, studio type apartment at Barangay Balabag. This is near to Road of BWC, Balabag. Date of inspection was conducted in February 15, 2019. It was complied by 56.37% of 20% open space requirement. Lot area is 427 square meter. Right over land is deed of waiver of rights with alienable and disposable certifications. This is as-built already, Mr. Chair. So with this, I move that the request of Florence Solat be endorsed.
So there was a motion from the Vice Committee Chair of Committee on Land Use that application of Ms. Florence G. Solat of as-built 2-story 4 rooms studio type apartment in Barangay Balabag Plaza, upon required by this municipality of the necessary requirements, the said Florence G. Solat completed all the necessary requirements required by this municipality. So the said application of Ms. Florence G. Solat is endorsed with penalty.
Next is the request of Ms. Aisel Francisco, a proposed 2-story 3 rooms residential building at Barangay Argao. The structure is near located at Eco Park, Argao, Mr. Chair. The date of inspections conducted in February 13, 2019. It was complied 92.09% of 20% open space requirement. Lot area is 250 square meters. The submitted the right over land is affidavit of consent. Setback from access road, it was note here that the road is rough road of 4 meters width, is 6.40 meters from the edge of existing road to the building line. Since this is ongoing constructions without building permit, so the proponent of this subject structures needs to pay the penalty. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that the request of ISL Francisco be endorsed, subject for the payment of penalty.
So there was a motion again for our Vice Chairman on Committee on Land Use that application of Ms. ICLG Francisco, a proposed 2-story 3-rooms residential building at Barangay Argao, be endorsed with wala ng penalty kasi proposed pa lang to.
Penalty. There's ongoing constructions without building permit.
Is with the penalty.
Next is the request of Mr. Vicente Dionisio. As built of 3-story 8 rooms residential commercial building resort hotel at Barangay Manok-Manok. The specific locations of these structures is in Sitio Angol, Mr. Chair, and the date of inspections was conducted in February 15, 2019. It was complied 43.75% of 10% open space requirement. Lot area is 98 square meters. Right over land is tax declarations with alienable and disposable certifications and affidavit of undertakings. This structure is subject for penalty, Mr. Chair. So since the structures of Mr. Vicente Dionisio complies all the LGU requirements on open space, height limitations, and setback requirements. So with that, I move that the request of Mr. Vicente Dionisio for endorsement be approved, subject for a penalty.
So there was a motion from the Vice Chairman Committee on Land Use that the application of as-built of 3-story 8 rooms residential commercial building resort hotel at Barangay Manok-Manok o Vicente B. Dionisio be endorsed upon inspection, and it found out that he complied all the necessary requirements required by this municipality, is endorsed with penalty.
Next, Mr. Chair, is the request of Mr. Kahilig as built of 1-story 3 rooms apartment building at Barangay Katiklan. The locations of the structure is near the airport of Katiklan. Date of inspection was conducted in February 13, 2019. It was complied 90% of 50% open space requirement. Lot area is 10,608 square meter. This is titled property. The owner provides an affidavit of undertakings of the possible expansions of airport runway will be implemented. The owner is also willing to remove all its existing structures. Actually, though, my attachment, the affidavit of undertakings was attached, Mr. Chair, for the records. So, since the applications of Mr. Kahilig complies all the necessary requirements on setback requirements, height limitations, and open space, so therefore, I move that the request of Mr. Kahilig be approved for endorsement, subject for payment of the penalty.
So there was a motion from the Vice Chairman and Committee on Land Use that upon inspection and verification of the as-built 1-story 3 rooms apartment building at Barangay Katiklan by Mr. P. Kahilig with upon completion of the necessary documents required by this municipality, it was found out that the Mr. Mr. Am Kahilig is compliant, so the said application is hereby endorsed with penalty.
Annex is the request of Global Estate Resorts Incorporated, proposed one-story Boracay New Coast Lake, 17 pump house at Barangay Yapak. The schedule of inspection, this is inside the Perways and Blue Water, Mr. Chair. The schedule of inspections dated February 14, 2019. It was it complies 99% of 50% open space requirement of the lot area is 67,560 square meters. This is a titled property. This is the structure is as built, or the others ongoing constructions. There's ongoing constructions without building permit, Mr. Chair. So this structure is subject for penalty. So with this, so I move that the request of Global Estate Resorts Incorporated.
Sandali lang, Mr. Honorable Pagsugiron. Since this is a proposed three-story building, that's why during the presentation on the incoming, I asked, no, because this should be clarified first, no, if we are now accepting new building construction, because there were a lot of requirements required by the interagency, and of course, no, kinanglan they have to comply. And if there was ang interagency ay okay yung kanda nga mag-open for construction do mga bag-o na sa Isla Boracay.
Actually, for the information, Global Estate has two applications as to request. This is separate request, no? And I think the other one here is that it was stated here that the requested a copy of minutes of Boracay Interagency Task Force meeting and memorandum circular on proposed development. I don't know. I am not really aware because the chairman, committee chair on land use.
Yes, I think there's no problem when the project is in the mainland, no. But since that this is in Boracay, and we are still under the state of calamity, and of course the directives is came from the interagency task force. For us, no, in our municipality, the moratorium was lifted already, but I don't know if they complied the necessary requirements required by the interagency task force, since this is a proposed building, not as built.
For that, Mr. Chair, actually, as of now, this August body, we're not able to resolve, no, this issue with regards to the new constructions of buildings in Boracay Island. So I think for the meantime, we will differ. No, this humble committee will differ first the two requests of Global Estate, and I think just wait for the explanation from the committee chair on land use, Mr. Chair. So for the meantime, we differ. No, I move that the two requests of Global Estate Resorts Incorporated be deferred.
Okay, so the application for the proposed one-story and three-story building of Global Estate Resorts is deferred for the reason that we have to get some reports or any comments from the interagency task force in Boracay.
Next, Mr. Chair, is the request of Annie Lee C. M. Pilayo as built of 2-story, 6 rooms, residential building at Barangay Yapak. The locations of the structures, I think, near Wiscob or going to Wiscob. The schedule of inspection conducted
Honorable Mami.
last February 14, 2019. It complied 72.95% of 20% open space requirements.
Excuse me, Honorable Pagsugiron. I would like to relinquish first my chair to Honorable Tolosa for a very important matters.
Okay, the new Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Honorable Pagsugiron.
Can I proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. This is the request of Ms. Annelise Pelayo as built of 2-story, 6 rooms residential building at Barangay Yapak. These structures located near Wiscob. Date of inspections conducted on February 14, 2019. It was complied 72.95% of 20% open space requirement. Lot of the property is 416 square meters. Right over land is tax declaration. Submitted lienable and disposable certifications and affidavit of undertakings. The said structure is already built. No, so this is subject for a penalty. So, Mr. Chair, I move that the request of Annie Lizzie Pelayo be approved for endorsement, subject for the payment of penalty.
Okay, the Annalise in Pilayo as build story 6 rooms, residential building at Barangay Yapak is approved with penalty.
Seconded.
Okay, proceed.
Next is the request of Giseline C. Manisan as built of 3-story, 9 rooms, residential commercial building. This is apartment at Barangay Balabag. B, as built of 2-story, 8 rooms, residential commercial building, apartment at Barangay Balabag. This is the structures is at the back of Fira Hotel 2 for the reference. The schedule of inspections dated February 14, 2019. It was complied 32.33% of 20% open space requirement. The lot of the lot area of the property is 400 square meter. Right over land is deed of adjudication. Submitted lienable and disposable certifications and affidavit of undertakings. This is as built, Mr. Chair. So the proponent is required to pay penalty. So with that, I move that the request of Giseline Manisan be endorsed for endorsement, subject for the payment of penalty.
Okay, Giseline C. Manisan as built 3 stories, 9 rooms, residential commercial building, apartment at Barangay Balabag. And next is as built of 2-story, 8 rooms, residential commercial building, apartment at Barangay Balabag is approved with penalty. 100% penalty.
Of course, 100%. Next is the request of Mr. Noel T. Sacapanyo. Letter E, as built of 2-story, 2 rooms, residential commercial building with attic apartment at Barangay Balabag. B, as built of 2-story, 8 rooms, residential commercial building 1, apartment at Barangay Balabag. C, as built of 2-story, 3 rooms, residential commercial building, 2 apartment at Barangay Balabag. So these 3 structures is located within one property, Mr. Chair, for the records. First, no, the date of inspection conducted February 14, 2019. Complied 61.12% of 40% open space requirements. Lot area is 1,102 square meters. Right over land is tax declaration with alienable and disposable certifications affidavit of undertakings. Since this is a built structure, so the Mr. Sakapanyo is required to pay penalty. Letter B is also the same, located in the same area. This is in the middle portions of the property. The inspection was conducted in February 14, 2019. Complied 61.12% of 40% open space requirement. The lot area of the property is 1,102 square meters. Right over land is tax declarations. The proponents submitted alienable and disposable certifications and affidavit of undertaking. Since the property is as built, so Mr. Sakapanyo is required to pay a penalty for this, Mr. Chair. And the last one is the structure is located in the same area on the left side. The date of inspections conducted in February 14, 2019. It was complied 61.12% of 40% open space requirement. The lot area of the property is 1,102 square meters. Right over land submitted is tax declarations with alienable and disposable certifications and affidavit from the DNR and affidavit of undertakings. This is also as built, Mr. Chair. So again, the Mr. Scopanyo is required to pay a penalty. So these 3 applications complied all the existing rules and regulations by the LGU on setback requirements, open space, and height limitations requirements. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that the 3 applications of Mr. Noel Sakapanyo be approved for endorsement and subject for the payment of penalty.
Okay, the application of building permit of Mr. Noel T. Scapanyo. 3 as built. 1 is the as built of 2-story at 2 rooms residential commercial building at with attic apartment at Barangay Balabag. And the next as built of a 2-story 8 rooms residential commercial building 1 apartment at Barangay Balabag. And the third is the as built of 2-story 3 rooms residential commercial building 2 apartment at Barangay Balabag is endorsed with a penalty.
And next is the request of Jose Nelo Sakapanyo as built of 3-story 14 rooms residential commercial building Barangay Balabag. The structure is located in Lake Town, Mr. Chair. The schedule of inspection was conducted in February 14, 2019. It was complied 25.63% of 20% open space requirement. The lot area of the property is 311. 311 is 20% open space requirement.
Pila-pila?
Ang said ko kaya 10% lang. Madam Secretary, correct me if I'm wrong. Daw below 500 square meters is the open space requirements is only 10%. No?
10%
okay.
or 20%?
Actually, we will check, Mr. Chair.
Check the ordinance.
Okay. Because if it is okay, and the lot area is because the lot area specified here is only 311 square meters. The right over land is deed of donations. submitted alienable and disposable certifications from the NR. The said building, the said structure is as built, Mr. Chair, so the proponent is required to pay for the penalty. So therefore, I move that the request of Bosinilo sa Capanyo be approved for an endorsement.
Okay,
Subject to the payment of penalty.
Application of Jose Nilo Ciscapaño as build of 3-story, 14 rooms, residential commercial building, apartment at Barangay Balabag is approved with 100% penalty.
Okay, next, Mr. Chair, is the long-delayed request of Core E-Trike Motors Corporation as built of 1-story charging station at Barangay Balabag. Dapat nag-operate ron eh. The locations of the structures is in Sitio Deneved, Barangay Balabag, Mr. Chair, and the schedule of inspection was conducted on February 14, 2019. It was complied 27.04% of 20% open space requirement. The lot area of the property is 786 square meters. The right of our land is at contract of lease. The submitted alienable and disposable certifications from the NR and affidavit of undertakings. The said structure is already built. So the company or the corporations is required to pay a penalty, Mr. Chair. So I move that the request of Core E-Trike Motors Corporations be approved for an endorsement with the conditions that they will pay a penalty.
Okay, based on the inspection of the Committee on Land Use of application of Core E-Trike Motors Corporation for as-built of 1-story charging station of Barangay Balabag with a penalty is approved.
Next, Mr. Chair, is the request of Sampaguita Holdings Corporations. Letter E is built of 2-story, 10 rooms, pension house at Barangay Balabag. Letter B is built of 1-story, 10 rooms, pension house at Barangay Balabag. Letter C is built of 2-story, 20 rooms, pension house at Barangay Balabag. All these 3 requests or 3 structures located in one property only, Mr. Chair. And the committee inspect the said applications in February 14, 2019. It was complied 71.47%, 40% open space requirement. The lot area of the property is 1,544 square meters. Right over land is deed of sale and contract of lease. The all structures is already as built. So the Sampaguita Holdings Corporation is required to pay penalty, Mr. Chair. So I move that the request of Sampaguita Holdings Corporations be approved for an endorsement subject for the payment of penalty.
Okay, the application of the Sampaguita Holdings Corporation, the 3 as-built, one is the as-built of 2-story, 10 rooms pension house at Barangay Balabag, and letter B is as-built 1 of story, 8 rooms pension house at Barangay Balabag, and letter C as-built 2-story, 20 rooms pension house at Barangay Balabag also is approved with penalty.
Para abo aton kwarta.
Kaya 100% eh. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I advise you to stay in your post. Next is the request of Mr. Ruben Soriano, proposed 4-story, 10 rooms, top house with parking area and roof deck at Barangay Balabag. The date of inspection was conducted on February 14, 2019. It was complied 73.76%, 20% open space requirements. The lot area of the property is 277 square meters, 20%. Nga daw di ato kumbinsido kaya. Right over land is deed of sale with alienable and disposable certification and affidavit of undertakings. Requested copy of minutes of Boracay Intergent. So for the meantime, since this is in new construction,
Di ba bawal ang ano? Bawal ang new construction?
Mr. Chair, since we deferred the request of Global Estates because the request is in new construction, so same thing with Mr. Ruben Soriano. So for the meantime, the committee will defer the request of Mr. Ruben Soriano for further clarifications on the issue.
Yeah, thank you for that defer because you have right now still in no sitting the new construction of building in island of Boracay.
Next is the request of Mr. Ramel Fernando Analisa Sarabia Libby F. Lim, proposed two-story commercial building rental space at Barangay Manok-Manok. I think this is new construction also. Ramel Fernando.
Yeah, proposed two-story commercial building.
So, same thing, Mr. Chair, will defer the request of Mr. Ramel Fernando.
Yes, go ahead.
To be fair with others. Next is the request of Nora Caburubias as built of one-story residential commercial building, rental space at Barangay Manok-Manok. So pwede, yeah. The locations of the structures in Sitio Ambolong along the main road. The date of inspections by the committee was conducted on February 15, 2019. It was complied 37.36% of 20% open space requirement. The lot area of the property is 225 square meters. The right over land subdivisions of the agreement. They submit certifications of alienable and disposable and affidavit of undertakings from the department, from the NR. They comply on road setback, removal of roofing and objects obstructing the road. This is as-built structurals, Mr. Chair, so the proponent is required to pay a certain penalty. So with this, I move that the request of Nora G. Caburubias be approved for an endorsement, subject for the payment of a penalty.
Okay, the application of Ms. Nora G. Caburubias as built of a one-story residential commercial building rental space at Barangay Manok-Manok based on the Vice Chairman Committee on Liners is approved with the penalty. Next.
Next is the request of Mr. Dennis Casimiro. Kununtayag. As built of 3-story, 5 rooms, this residential commercial building. This is a rental space at Barangay Manok-Manok. They said the locations of the structures is in Sitio Angol, Barangay Manok-Manok, Mr. Chair. It was inspected last February 15, 2019. The structures complied 13.22% of 10% open space requirement. Lot area of the property is 135 square meters. Right over land is joint affidavit. Submitted certifications of alienable and disposable with affidavit of undertakings from the DNR. Since this is an as-built structure, so the Mr. Dennis Casimiro is required to pay a penalty, Mr. Chair. So with this, I move that the request of Mr. Dennis Casimiro be approved for an endorsement subject for the payment of penalty.
Okay, the application of Mr. Dennis J. Casimiro as built of 3-story, 5 rooms residential commercial building, rental space at Barangay Manok-Manok based on the committee report on the Vice Chairman Blaños is approved with penalty.
Next, Mr. Chair, is the request of Mr. Miguel Labatjao. I don't know this guy.
Your friend?
I don't know this guy.
Your BFF.
The idol of Honorable Lloyd Manning. Letter E, as built of 2-story commercial building, restaurant and dive shop at Barangay Manok-Manok. B, as built of 2-story, 2 rooms commercial building, dive shop with office at Barangay Manok-Manok. So the structures is located, this is along the White Long Beach of Boracay, located at Sitio Angol, Barangay Manok-Manok, Mr. Chair. The date of inspection was conducted on February 15, 2019. It was complied 54.42% of 20% open space requirement. Lot area of the property is 392 square meters. The right of land is a contract of lease. They submitted the certifications of alienable and disposable with a touch of affidavit of undertakings from the DNR. It was complied the 25+5 meters requirements. And since this is as-built structures, I don't know if I'm going to endorse this, Mr. Chair. Provided, no, I will endorse, provided this guy will pay penalty. So, with that, with conditions, the request of Mr. Miguel R. Labatjao be approved for an endorsement with the conditions that he will pay a penalty.
Okay, the application of Mr. Miguel Labatjao. They have a 2 as-built of a 2-story commercial building, restaurant, and dive shop at Barangay Manok-Manok. And then letter B, as-built of 2-story, 2 rooms commercial building, dive shop with office at Barangay Manok-Manok is approved based on the report on the Vice Chairman Committee on Daños with 100% penalty.
Next is the request of Ms. Alma Wiener, proposed 2-story, 6 rooms residential building at Barangay Katiklan. The locations of the structures is in Sitio Minoro, Barangay Katiklan. The date of inspections by the committee is was conducted on February 13, 2019. Complied 37.44% of 20% open space requirement. The lot area of the property is 228 square meters. Right over land is deed of sale. This is also as-built structures, Mr. Chair. So, subject for the payment of penalty. So, with that, I move that the request of Alma Wiener be approved for an endorsement subject for the payment of penalty.
Okay, the application of Ms. Alma Wiener, proposed 2-story, 6 rooms residential building at Barangay Katiklan is approved based on the report on the Vice Chairman Committee on Daños with 100% penalty.
Next is the request of Mr. Tobias Tugnao, as built of 3-story, 4 rooms commercial building with roof deck at Barangay Katiklan. The structures is located near the market of Barangay Katiklan, Mr. Chair. The date of inspection was conducted in February 13, 2019. It was complied 10% open space requirement. Exacto kita. Lot area of the property is 50 square meters. Right over land is tax declaration. For compliance of road setback of 1 meter, elevated portion must be leveled to the existing road. Dapat bantayan mo yan.
Yes, already.
This is your jurisdiction. So, for compliance of road setback.
Yeah, na-comply na sila. Well, already comply the setback of 1 meter from the edge of the road.
So, I will mark your words, Mr. Chair.
It's already demolished, 100% demolished.
So, since the structure is already as built, so Mr. Tugnaw is obliged to pay for the penalty. So, with this, Mr. Chair, I move that the request of Tobias Tugnaw for the approval of the endorsement, subject for the conditions that the Honorable Chair Tolosa is no, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The application of Mr. Tobias Tugnaw as built 3-story forums commercial building with roof deck at the Barangay Katiklan is approved with the compliance of the setback and based on the inspection and report by the Vice Chairman of Committee on Land Use is approved with 100% penalty.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to remind again that the compliance of road setback must be implemented.
Yes, they already demolished the setback.
Okay, thank you for that information, Mr. Chair. Next is the request of Ms. Malay Cardo. Letter A, assembled of two-story, 2 rooms commercial building, restaurant and souvenirs shop at Barangay Katiklan. B, as built of 2-story, 4 rooms commercial building with stockroom at Barangay Katiklan. C, as built of 2-story, 1-room residential building with roof deck at Barangay Katiklan. So, Ms. Emily Carjuk has 3 requests. As per inspections of the committee, dated February 13, 2019. Actually, the structure is located near the airport. It was complied with 35% of 20% open space requirements. The lot area of the property is 228 square meters. Right over land is deed of sale. For compliance of 1 meter road setback, elevated portion must be level to the existing road. All the structures is already as built. So, of course, Ms. Emily is obliged to pay for the penalty. What is now I'd like to ask Mr. Chair, if Mr. Emily is already complied or implement already the 1 meter road setback, and this elevated portions is already leveled.
Yeah.
Nakonran. Okay.
Yeah. This is Emily Oxon Carjux.
Emily Oxon Carjux.
Nasa may indox.
Jokes lang, Emily, ha? Not carjack, ha? Carjuk. I should see. Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that the request of Emily Carjuk, since it was already complied, all the requirements set by the LGU, so I move that the request be approved for an endorsement subject for the payment of the penalty.
Okay, the application of Ms. Emily Carjux, 3 buildings. First is the as built of 2-story, 2 rooms commercial building, restaurant and souvenir shop at Barangay Katiklan. And the letter B, the second as built of 2-story, 4 rooms commercial building with stockroom and Barangay Katiklan. And the third is the as built of 2-story, 1-room residential building with roof deck at Barangay Katiklan is approved with penalty based on the report on the Vice Chairman of Committee on Land Use is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
The last And the final request is the request of LBC Express Incorporated as built of renovations of ground floor commercial building LBC Katiklan Delivery Hub branch at Barangay Katiklan. This is the structure is near Conperi School. The committee inspect the such area last February 13, 2019. It was complied 10% of in-space requirement. The lot area of the property is 56 square meters. Right of land is contract of lease. Again, no, for the compliance of 1 meter road setback, existing fence on both sides must be removed. This is already as built, so the LBC Express Incorporated is obliged to pay for the penalty. I'd like to ask again, Mr. Chair, if they already implemented the compliance of 1 meter road setback and also the removal of this fence na may kuan na besan daw on both sides there's an existing fence subject for the removal na kanong because we're endorsing this the request Mr. Chair, so of course this committee would like to assure that after the endorsement or before the endorsement the violations specified must be corrected.
Yes, we corrected because after this endorsement from the Sangguniang Bayan, we back to the barangay for another endorsement for a certification of building permit. Now we check also, we have a committee on land use also in the barangay to check the area.
Okay, you're responsible for that, Mr. Chair, being the barangay chairman of Barangay Katiklan. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that the request of LBC Express Incorporated be approved for endorsement subject for the payment of penalty.
Yes, the application of LBC Express Incorporated as built renovation of ground floor commercial building LBC Katiklan Delivery Hub branch at Barangay Katiklan is approved with a penalty. And thank you for the committee, Vice Chairman, Committee on Land Use for the endorsement of mini building application, except that 3 application building is not disapproved because of the new construction building. The application of this as-built building is approved. Honorable Glenero.
Ma-report mo,
Okay.
Stay. You stay.
Okay,
Okay,
the
Mr. Chairman.
Committee on Laws and Ordinances regarding the report.
To continue with our committee report, Mr. Chairman, we have our Committee on Laws and Ordinance regarding Barangay Ordinance number 34-2018 of Barangay Mutag, and committee hearing conducted with regard to request of Eco Sanitary Landfill and Waste Management Corporation that they be allowed to negotiate with BIWC on the disposal of treated sludge at the sanitary landfill of Barangay Kabulihan, Malay.
Okay, the Committee on Land Use and Ordinances.
Thank
Proceed.
you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is with regards to my committee report, Committee on Laws and Ordinances. My first committee report, Mr. Chair, this is with regards to the Barangay Ordinance number 34-02018 of Barangay Mutag. The said ordinance, an ordinance amending Barangay Ordinance number 20, series of 2013, an ordinance prescribing fees, charges for the issuance of barangay clearance, barangay business clearance, and barangay certification. So this time, Mr. Chair, no, since that their ordinance was last 2013 pa, and we are now on 2018, so they have this amendment of the said ordinance, Mr. Chair. This is with regards to the charges and fees, Mr. Chair, of the barangay clearance. So the barangay clearance will cost them 100 pesos, and the barangay business clearance is 200 pesos. This is covers small-scale sari-sari store, food vending, construction of residential house or light materials. Barangay business clearance, 500 pesos. This covers the bigger business establishments like water sports, staff houses, boarding house, inns, hotel, stock rooms, bodegas, water utilities, permanent concrete residential houses, apartments, and etc. Also, barangay certification, it cost them 100 pesos, Mr. Chair. So upon verification and clarification from the Treasury Office or the Finance Committee, and this barangay ordinance complied all the necessary requirements required by this municipality, Mr. Chair. On that juncture, I move that this municipal ordinance of Barangay Mutag be adopted and calendared on the second reading.
Okay, there's a calendar for the second reading for the deliberation for the Barangay Ordinance number 34/2018 of Barangay Mutag.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Letter B, Madam Chair, this is with regards to the committee hearing conducted by this committee, Mr. Chair, last week. This is with regards to the request of the Eco-Sanitary Landfill and Waste Management Corporation that they will be allowed to negotiate and collect with BIWC on the disposal of treated sludge at the sanitary landfill at Barangay Kabulihan, Malay, Aklan. Actually, Mr. Chair, we invited also the Boracay Tubi, which the Boracay Tubi now had so many projects with regards to sewerage treatment plant. So they are also generating sludge, Mr. Chair. So in that juncture, it was attended by representative from the DOH, DNR, and our legal counsel, and other government agencies concerned. So it was discussed, Mr. Chair, that if the ECOS can handle the sludge generated by the BIWC and the Boracay Tubi and others who are willing to have an STP. So it was discussed, no, that the ECOS can handle all these sludge unless otherwise that this endorsement of this Eco-Sanitary Landfill and Waste Management Corporation will take effect only upon complying all the necessary requirements required by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and of course upon having their state-of-the-art sludge drying machine and other equipments. So in that juncture, Mr. Chair, I move that this committee report be adopted and calendared on the second reading.
Okay, the committee hearing conducted with regard to the request of the ECOS of the Sanitary Landfill and Waste Management Corporation that they allowed to negotiate with the BIWC on the disposal of treated sludge at the Sanitary Landfill at Barangay Kabulihan, Malay, Aklan. Is calendar for the yes, you have
Mr. Chair, I'd like only to inquire
recognize
from the
Honorable
Committee Chair on Laws if there was an endorsement from the two barangays, the Kabulihan and Dumlog.
The two barangays attended also the committee hearing, and according to them, there were no question with regards to the handling of these sludge, if ever the ECOS will have this kind of collection here in Kabulihan, particularly in Barangay Kabulihan.
I think the only very reasons that the ECOS should be avoided, Mr. Chair, is that to ang mga foul odor lang man
yes.
Usually mo lang man ang pwedeng the source of the complaint of these two barangays dahil kaya this should be managed, the sludge processing should be managed properly, no. Ako personally, if that is one of the solutions, because we are also concerned of the situations of Boracay Island, because if this will not be addressed, the sludge of BWC and Boracay to be shall not be addressed properly, then apektado magyapon ang aton yung tourism industry.
Okay, so thank you, Honorable Pagsugiron. According to the ECOS, no, they will provide transportation in handling sludge. It's like a lorry of the gasoline ang
Yeah.
pariyoit nagabiyahe blat gasolina nga ron.
Close.
Close, yeah. Close and no emission of foul odor. So that juncture, Mr. Chair, I move that this committee report be adopted and calendared on the second reading.
Yes, we calendar for next session for the calendar for the second reading for the another clarification, deliberation for that committee hearing for regarding the ECO's request. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another committee report. This is committee report for budget and appropriation. This is with regards to the annual budget of Barangay Mutag for calendar year 2019. The Barangay Mutag, Mr. Chair, have proposed 1,846,096 pesos approved by the Sangguniang Barangay under Appropriation Ordinance Number 002 on November 5, 2018 and submitted through this office on January 25, 2019. So the annual budget is funded with the internal revenue allotment and other estimated income calendar year 2019 in the total amount of 1,846,096 pesos. The appropriation in the same amount includes items for personal services, maintenance and other operating expenses, capital outlay, and of course the mandatory 20% development fund and the 10% ISKI fund and the 5% barangay disaster risk reduction management fund and the 5% gender and development or GAD fund and other budgetary requirements. So it was found out that this budget has complied substantially with the provision of the local government and other budgetary issuances. So I move that this annual budget proposed by the Barangay Mutag be approved or be adopted and calendared on the second reading.
Yes, the committee on budget and appropriation regarding the annual budget of Barangay Mutag for the calendar year 2019 is calendar for the second reading for the deliberation. The first barangay of 2019 first submit the annual budget.
Next, second reading.
No more na committee report for our calendar of business. Business for the day, second reading. We have only one resolution. Resolution authorizing the acting municipal mayor, Abram L. Swalog, to sign the contract of lease of stalls with leases at the public market at Katiklan, Malay, Aklan for fiscal year 2019.
Mr. Chair, this is with regards to the request of our municipal mayor. This is to authorize him to sign the contract of lease and stalls with leasee at the public market at Katiklan, Malay, Aklan for fiscal year 2019. As of this moment, Mr. Chair, we are still on the development of the Katiklan market or public market, and all the leases there, it needs to have a contract with our local government unit of Malay. So in that juncture, we are authorizing our acting municipal mayor, Mayor Abraham Iswalog, to sign a contract of lease of stalls with leasee at the public market at Katiklan, Malay, Aklan for fiscal year 2019. So in that juncture, Mr. Chair, I move that this resolution be approved.
Okay, the resolution authorizing the acting mayor, municipal mayor Abraham L. Swalog to sign a contract with lease of stalls with the leases of the public market at Barangay Katiklan, Malay, Aklan for the fiscal year 2019 is calendar for the third and final reading. Proceed, Ms. Secretary.
We have no unassigned business, Mr. Chairman. For our other matters, we were furnished by the Office of the Mayor of Memorandum Circular Number 06 from the Office of the President, enjoining all government officials and employees to strictly observe and comply with the prohibition against going to gambling casinos.
Gambling casinos.
This is in compliance to casino. Compliance to Memorandum Circular also of the Department of Interior and Local Government.
Yes.
Other matters.
Honorable Pagsugiron, other matters?
Mr. Chair, I'm planning to call for a committee hearing with regards to the request of Island Picnic Tours Associations, Boracay Island, and the Boracay Travel Tours General Services Corporations. And the last one is the application for accreditations of Caticlan Wet Market Credit Cooperatives on this coming Friday morning. Start at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Friday?
February, ano?
Ano kaya?
Aton to
19, 20, 22?
Aton to.
That's 22 Friday, 9 a.m.?
Start at 9 a.m.
9 a.m. Where?
If this hall is available,
We
then
will open it for you.
if not, so the option is on the second floor.
I think this is available for February
We will
22.
make it available
Yeah.
for the committee.
Always available, especially during the committee hearing.
Available not for me but for you.
Available of us.
Session hall.
Session hall, February 22, 9 a.m. Invited all the committee members of the committee on cooperative, Honorable Pagsugiron.
The request is the purpose of the committee meeting is for the request of the three association for an accreditations.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Others? Other matters?
No matter what.
Stay where you are, Mr. Chair. We're still finalizing the other invitation.
What invitation?
Relax. Pwede ito pa. Pwede kita sa hapon. Ato lang? After lunch? After lunch. Okay. Mr. Chair, the other one is actually I propose three amendments of the ordinance, but the other one, the amendment on the ordinance.
What ordinance?
Ang sa snorkeling.
Snorkeling?
Snorkeling ordinance,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. This will also be, I think, I think since it was referred to the Committee on Laws and my committee, Mr. Chair, so I think we will consider the three ordinances, propose amendments for the three ordinances that will be scheduled on also
Mr.
this
Chair,
coming.
we have here the amendment of Municipal Ordinance number 350 on paddling activities.
Yeah.
And then amendment of Municipal Ordinance number 162, designating snorkeling areas.
Yeah.
And setting guidelines on LGU accreditation.
That's correct.
We have three ordinances.
So that will be scheduled on Friday afternoon after, I think, 1 o'clock.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
1:30 in the afternoon. Just refer to Committee on Laws and Ordinances and Tourism. Already referred.
They will just conduct a committee hearing.
A committee hearing na. Okay, on also in February 22 at
1 p.m.
1 p.m. Honorable Pagsugiron, 1 p.m., 1:30. Oh.
We'll start early, Mr. Chair.
1:30.
Yeah. No, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, okay. 1 o'clock, February 22.
I will be the one to arrange who's going to invite this particular meetings. No.
Okay.
I will I will only coordinate with our secretariat whom to invite, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Other matters? Announcements? No more? Wala pa? Okay. Award eh. Okay, no more? Adjournment? Mr. Floor Leader?
Mr. Chair, I'm already tired. So, I move that the fifth, six regular seasons of this year 2019 be adjourned.
Okay, the sixth regular season of the SB Season Hall of La Poblacion of Malay, February 19, 2019 is called to adjourn.
Para ma-improve talaga yung aming